Tai labas rytas visiems. Labai džiaugiuosi jūs čia matydama ir labai smagu, kad išreiškėt norą ir suinteresuotumą susipažinti būtent su Skaitmeninės Europos programa. Aš esu Aurelija Bakutienė iš inovacijų agentūros, esu Skaitmeninės Europos programos NCP, kitaip tariant, nacionalinis kontaktinis asmuo. Klausimas, ką daro šie asmenys, ar ne? Mūsų pagrindinė funkcija yra tarpininkauti ir padėti tiek verslui, tiek viešojo sektoriaus organizacijoms susigaudyti Skaitmeninės Europos programos rėmuose. Atsakome įvairius klausimus, ieškome kvietimų, jeigu yra poreikis, ieškome ir partnerių. Taip pat atliekame įvairų ir platų Skaitmeninės Europos programos viešinimą. Organizuojame įvairias infodienas, kas susijęs su kvietimais, dalyvaujame renginiuose. Taip pat organizuojame kūrybinės dirbtuvės. Šiuo metu net numatomas 3 kūrybinės dirbtuvės tematiniais klausimais apie superkompiuteriją, apie kibernetinį saugumą ir apie dirbtinį intelektą, žinoma. Tai jeigu yra aktualu, sekite informaciją mano LinkedIn paskyroje arba mūsų agentūros website ir tiesiog viską tikrai pasieksite ir rasite. Ir organizuojame renginius pagal rinkos poreikius. Atliepdami į rinkos poreikį, kuris buvo būtent pastebėtas, kad rinka stokoja žinių, kaip tinkamai paruošti paraišką ir kilo mintis būtent organizuoti šiuos praktinius mokymus, kurių metu aš labai tikiuosi, kad mes visi įgysime naujų žinių, kažkokių naujų įžvalgų, kaip pagerinti savo paraiškų rengimą arba tiesiog ekspertinį vertinimą ir žinojimą, kaip jinai turi būti parengta. So, I would like you to introduce our trainer for today, Roger Horam. We are very pleased that you came today to Vilnius for us. Roger has an impressive work experience in European Commission project preparation and evaluation. So during the breaks, just don't hesitate, ask as many questions as you can, because it's our time to get all answers from him. And well, I think we should start. I should stop wasting any minute. Just one very important thing. These trainings consist of 2 parts. Today we have the practical part in auditorium, and after this training finished, you'll be able to have 1 hour a one-on-one call with our experts. So after the training, we'll send you an email and you will be able to select a time. And just please be brave and use it and discuss all the topics about this project related to Digital Europe program because it's really great opportunity. So, Roger, the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope you're okay if I sit, and let's make this as informal as possible. As you will have received slides, there's 179 in this session to do in 2 hours. We'll skip through some of those ones, but we'll try and customize things as according to what people's feedback is. And please ask any questions. We have a half-hour questions and answer at the end of the first session, but please just throughout. I suppose from a starting off point, how many of you have actually put in any applications to Digital Europe? Anybody? 1? Okay. Good. 1? Yeah. We're going to use this one a lot. And how many of you are thinking of interested in submitting? I'm just finding out information to... Actually, Marius, you've been involved in the submission of 1, so yeah, that's... So we have 2, actually. 2. So, and what areas are people really interested in? Because obviously it splits into the whole sort of stuff in terms of sort of supercomputing and skills and public services, interoperability, all that sort of stuff. What areas are people looking for? So, who's here to know about digital services and market regulation? Any interest in that? No. Operation resilience in finance? Data protection? Yeah, I get a nod head there. Digital services and health, anybody interested in the health sector? Right, okay, good, that's good. Cybersecurity? Right, okay. Innovation and digital infrastructure? Yeah. More hands are going up now all along. Hubs, anybody interested in hubs? Yeah. Platforms? Platforms, yeah, okay. training, a lot of stuff about skills, especially for women and girls, and trying to encourage more. And yeah, okay. Women and girls in digital. Interoperability I mentioned. There's a call that's on at the moment, due in about a week from now, a week on Wednesday. And who's interested in funding. I'm sure that's everybody, yeah. So we've got two involved in submissions, that's great. And a number still interested in being part of that whole thing. So about me, as Aurelia mentioned, I have spent 25 years in EU funding, initially as a practitioner, as a project manager needing funding, and then discovering that I actually could do it and understood it. So I'm really switched on by things like about how life isn't fair and about how funding can actually overcome some of those areas. How about creating creative solutions for people? I am a wordsmith. I would always say that I'm a writer, not a fighter, and the huge part of a lot of any applications is process. Everything follows the same sort of process, but words are really important. So being able to pull together that sort of stuff. And yeah, as I say, I've had a lot of success, which led me to, as I do work with Cormac Consulting, who deliver funding and support a lot for European universities and beyond, Canada, Australia, America, and the like. When I sort of submitted the synopsis of what we're going to cover, I think I was a little bit optimistic in the first session. So I pushed some things back to the second session. And the first session is really probably setting the scene in terms of like where it all starts from, what the whole background is to and where you go to start from all that. And then we'll look at some of the calls and what's involved in certainly in work program 2, which is the 23-24 work program. Work program 3 isn't yet out, so we can't look at that yet in terms of, but we know there'll be repeats of stuff going on from 2 to 3. So yeah, we'll look at some of the areas of that, and then in the afternoon session we'll get actually into like applications, the application form, the whole process of this, and all the different sections to that. So hopefully you haven't all fallen asleep by that point. So the EU goals in digital transformation, that's what Digital Europe's about. And so the origins really are based in this Europe's digital decade, the digital targets for 2030, and paths to the digital decade, the EU's plan to achieve a digital Europe by 2030. So I've put links into those documents, useful to look at them. Whenever writing applications, it's always useful to do all the homework and get used to everything that's been said and understand the background, the policy, the processes involved. And basically that breaks down into 4 real areas, which is skills, ICT specializations, additional 20 million and gender convergence. So they're very much looking at the whole process of more women and girls in digital and IT. And then it's basic digital skills in terms of how you address a minimum of 80% of the population. I remember many years ago, 15, 20 years ago, coming around the Baltics and actually how the Baltic states were doing a lot of work in terms of basic digital literacy, which was really, I wasn't seeing in the UK or other countries, and I thought that was really important. But it's interesting to see how that has progressed and how it's, how it all fits into everything else. The second area is secure and sustainable digital infrastructures. So that's connectivity, having enough, having a gigabit of for everyone. Cutting edge semiconductors, data edge and cloud, and computing. So it's that quantum acceleration that they're looking for in this. So who here is in the techie field? Who are the experts in things like semiconductors and quantum computing? Oh, good. I'm a wordsmith. I write stuff, but we need you. We definitely need you. Third area is that digital transformation of businesses. So tech take up 75% of EU companies using cloud, AI, or big data, and it's moving along. You know that companies are using AI. There's probably less of a fear, but it's more of that, and it's growing that. Innovators grow skills, grow scale-ups and finance to double EU unicorns. I'm from Scotland. The national animal of Scotland is the unicorn. It doesn't exist, but it's the national animal. And late adopters, so more than 90% of SMEs reach at least a basic level of digital intensity. So it is about that transformation of business and digitalization of public services. Key public services 100% online. E-health, 100% of citizens have access to medical records online, and digital identity, 100% of citizens have access to digital ID. So, you know, they're the four main areas really, and it's really important, I think, that that's sort of, I suppose, at the forefront in terms of when you're looking at things, what areas of work do you want to be doing that, and where does it fit into this, and which sections should you concentrate on rather than trying to look at everything and be frightened by the size of the whole thing. So the path to the digital decade is looking at a program 2030, structured, transparent and shared monitoring system, annual report in which the Commission evaluates progress and provides recommendations. We're going to look at that in a minute. Every 2 years, an adjusted digital decade strategic roadmaps and mechanisms to support the implementation of multi-country projects, and the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium. So there is, it's not like some programs, like say like the LIFE program, which you can run in your own country. Digital Europe does have single country type areas to it, but the majority is on a multi-country basis. So yeah, that multi-country projects combine investments from the EU budget, including from the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the RRF money from member states and the private sector, address gaps in the identified critical capacities of the EU, and support an interconnected, interoperable and secure digital single market. So, yeah. And underpinning all this is this digital rights and principles. Ursula von der Leyen signed the European Declaration on Digital Rights and Responsibilities in 2022. And yeah. And I suppose anything you ever do when you look at European funding breaks into like 2s, 3s, 4s and 6s sort of thing. And this is the 6 areas really underneath that whole principle of people at the center, freedom of choice, safety and security, solidarity and inclusion, participation and sustainability. So it's always bearing in mind all these things whenever you are looking at anything and putting in applications, you know, how does it affect sustainability? You know, are people at the center? You know, it's always bearing that in mind in terms of your planning and processing for pulling this together. So the Digital 30 Decade Report. So this was the first report that came out end of last year, just end of 2023, and just a few bits from it. So the introduction, and I suppose the targets they're looking at is 100% coverage in all areas, and where they're actually at with it all is not quite there, but there's movement towards that, but the whole thing with the introduction, delivering the digital decade, they talk about the digital skills and digital public demand, and you can see on the map, sort of on the bar chart, how far across the things are moving in that direction. So basic digital skills aiming for 80%, and at the moment it's 3/4 along that road. The ICT specialists, 20% million employed, not even halfway there yet. So, but time to do that. So it just gives you an idea. So you can, again, you've got evidence to look at and present in terms of why you're doing something. The applications, if anybody's ever done Horizon Europe, it breaks into excellence, impact, and implementation. Excellence is the state of the art and the need. In Digital Europe, it's relevance rather than excellence. And that is always about that relevance in terms of what's the targets we're trying to achieve in these things, where are we at it, and what are the gaps, and how are we going to get towards that. So evidence in these reports, like the Digital Europe, Digital Decade 2030 report is really useful and a good basis. So just pulled out a few sections. It's quite a long report. Key drivers for the digital transformation, and 4 out of 5 respondents considered digital technologies will be important in their lives. Stronger cybersecurity, better connectivity, and better protection of data is needed to facilitate it all. Protecting users from cyber attacks, high-speed internet for everyone and everywhere, disinformation and illegal content. So it brings out some of the points. Really useful, good topic. And then just this map, or this graphic, which shows basically where China is, where the US is, where the rest of the world is, and where EU is in terms of different areas, in terms of the connectivity and skills and things. And I think EU ranks pretty well against China, but below US, above some parts of the rest of the world. So it's sort of in the middle there. I suppose if this was a midterm report card at school, it would be could do better. But again, it's that useful content of knowing where things are and mapping ourselves. I say ourselves as a UK citizen. I still think of myself as European, but mapping Europe against the rest of the world, China, the big economies, US. And then they give some key drivers for the digital transformation of Europe in 2022. Updated the state aid toolbox, supporting the digital decade through several programs, notably with the Recovery and Resilience Facility. So RRF funding has gone towards a lot of the, one of the three key drivers probably of RRF funding were digital, skills and economy, and health, and climate, not health. So, digital transformation to empower EU people and society. That's section 4, and it picks out some of the stuff in terms of the targeting basic skills, the reports from Eurobarometer in 2023. Almost 1/3 of Europeans do not feel appropriately equipped for the digital decade. Top digital skills should be among the top 5 digital priorities in their country. So we've got clear evidence from people that they're saying these things, and it's always useful to record that evidence and use that when you make applications, because they are nobody can question these because they come from areas like the Eurobarometer, so they're valid data. Digital skills, some recommendations there, recommendation policies that member states should include in the national roadmaps, and subsequent adjustments a clear plan on how they intend to implement the pending actions foreseen as part of the National Recovery and Resilience Plans. So I don't know how Lithuania is with its RRF and funding and whether it's moving along. And then digital transformation support the EU Green Deal. So one of the big areas that comes out in Digital Europe is about supporting Green Deal. So it's not just digital as in digital, but digital in green and digital in health, really important areas. And again, Eurobarometer 2023, the twinning of the digital and green transitions is considered a key factor in Europe's digitalization. 2 out of 3 people in Europe consider that digital technologies will play an important role in fighting climate change. So, any green warriors here? Anybody involved in Green Deal activities? Yeah, okay. And then digital transformation support the Green Deal again, just actively working to maximize the synergies of the green transition and digital transformation. So there's a whole section on that. We'll look at some of the sections within the work plan 2 and where Green Deal fits into that. And then each country has an annex. So it's only the Lithuanian annex is only 4 pages, but it's still an annex that shows where Lithuania is at the end of 2023. So it says Lithuania should accelerate its efforts in the area of digital skills. In particular, Lithuania still needs to invest substantial funds in formal education and training and carry out upskilling and reskilling efforts for people already active in the labour market. I'm sure that many people would agree with that. I think it's, I know that many people are trying to do that and using digital skills as part of that whole process. Digital infrastructure for Lithuania. Lithuania should accelerate its efforts on connectivity infrastructure. In particular, Lithuania should increase its efforts in rolling out gigabit connectivity, especially free fibre to the premises in rural areas, with the assistance of EU funds. Lithuania should take measures to incentivize take-up of high-speed connectivity. So that's the 2-year first 2-year report from the Digital Europe, and it's saying very much that what Lithuania should be doing as part of it, and yeah, should accelerate its efforts in the area of digitalization of businesses. It's important that Lithuania matches its investments with strategic reforms and balances the investments made in the public and private sectors with a special focus on SMEs. I don't think that digital skills of individuals and digital skills of businesses are mutually exclusive. They do go sort of hand in hand. And yeah, they just very much talk about Lithuania should continue implementing its policies in digitalized public services. So that's we're almost at full house now. That's good. That's good. So that's just as a starting point, gives you the sort of the origins, what the reports are, what the documents are that drive the whole Digital Europe. The 2-year report, the first report that's been published in terms of Digital Europe and where it is across Europe, but also with annexes for each of the countries. So again, if you are looking at applications, you can look at the annexes and for the partners who are involved in projects, so you can actually see where people are and it's part of that whole relevance in terms of where you are, what you're trying to do, and just building up the relevance of the relevance section. So, yeah, just covered that section. So the second work program. So anybody who, just a general recap, any European funding program, we have a multi-annual financial framework which runs for 7 years from 21 to 27. And at the start of that, in 2021, not in 20 as you would have imagined, but in 2021 they publish the work programme for the whole 7 years. And then every 2 years they do an update on that. So we've had one work programme, work plan for Digital Europe, which came out at the start and covered the first 2 years, 21, 22. We're now in the second one, which is 23, 24. So what that does when a new work plan comes out is it updates the previous work plan and it ditches things so some things will carry on throughout all 7 years, some things won't, but some things will have been achieved in the first 2 years, so therefore they don't need to be carried forward into the next. So it tells you very much about what's been added in, what's been taken out, and then we go through the sections. I say there's a lot of slides here, and I don't intend to do them all, but just to maybe when people are interested in any areas, we can talk about them a bit more. But we're in the second work programme. The second work programme runs to the end of this year. It's broken into 4 application processes, applications calls basically, 2 in 23 and 2 in 24. We're getting towards the end of the first round of calls in 24. Many things have a May and June deadline, so it's late, but I'm putting in an application next week on Wednesday that under that first call of 2024, already submitted one for partners early in the year. And then there'll be another set of calls, which will be September this year. So there still is an opportunity, but it is always about timing. And it may well be that you might be thinking about getting ready for calls that will come in work programme 3, in the first round of calls, which will be sort of May next year. It may well be that that's the timing, but you can write an application quickly. The programme one I'm putting in next week is only 50 pages, so it's not, if the homework's done, it's easy enough to do. But it is always about, with anything in European funding, it's always about timing, and it's a cycle. Things go around, and it will be May and September in 2025. It'll be May and September in 2026. But yeah, we're in work programme 2, and we've already ditched some things from work programme 1. The second work programme aims to ensure the continuation, evolution and sustainability of actions started in the first work programme. Has been adjusted to new developments, so it no longer covers the European quantum communication infrastructure innovative actions. So anybody who is interested in European quantum communication infrastructure, it's been done. They're not planning to do it again. Sorry. So while the COVID-19 crisis highlights the critical role of digital technologies and infrastructure, I suppose the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine has further exposed their vulnerabilities in our digital supply chains. These are not my words, but they're my sentiments probably. The programme aims to encourage a wide participation of small and medium-sized enterprises. So it's looking for SMEs from all geographical areas, including the EU outermost regions and other economically disadvantaged regions. The new strands, the various work strands in this are the Network of European Digital Innovation Hubs, the EIDH, testing on experimentation facilities, and the European High Performance Computing Joint Undertaking. So they've got lots of things with lots of acronyms that you never really know until you read the small print what they actually all mean. And the objectives are around addressing climate and environment protection challenges, showing the deployment of sectoral common data spaces based on the secure and energy efficient federated cloud to edge infrastructure, accelerate and strengthen the adoption of EU technologies in Europe, strengthen the preparedness of the key sectors and response activities across the EU to cyber issues. There was a big call in March around cybersecurity. And I think they were looking to fund about 4 different programs around that. Further support the excellence of EU education and training institutions in digital areas. That will improve insight into the gender gap in the ICT professions in the EU, and further invest in the uptake of blockchain in Europe and in building efficient and interoperable digital public services. So, anybody interested in blockchain? Yeah. Okay. I'll keep asking until I find things that people are interested in. Green and Digital Europe. So they highlight there. Green and digital twin transition is a core political priority of the European Commission. So they tell you that's a core transition. If you're interested in the green and digital twin transition, digital solutions will lower carbon footprint by providing citizens digital access to essential services, removing the need for physical presence and promoting paperless communication, or by integrating AI that, for instance, enable via smart appliances more efficient energy consumption. So yeah, I've flown from Edinburgh to come and deliver this. Not hugely environmentally efficient. We could have delivered it online, but then you wouldn't have had a chance to talk to me over the coffee and find out other things. But it, very much, you know, we deliver twice monthly workshops around, particularly around Horizon Europe and Erasmus and things. But there's a lot of stuff that can be delivered virtually that should be delivered, which helps with the environmental angle of things. COVID really made us reconsider travel and the need for that, and accelerated the use of programs like Zoom and Teams and everything else. Energy consumption of digital technologies should not exceed the energy they save. So obviously production of smartphones may well doesn't really achieve that, but several actions in the EU are in this work package are expected to make a concrete contribution. So there are, not only is it about do no significant harm, which is, you know, part of the angle of anything, it is also about looking at projects that will develop things. So there's things like Destination Earth Initiative, which will develop a high-precision digital model of the Earth to enable visualizing, monitoring, and forecasting natural and human activity on the planet. I've seen this in fintech in Scotland. They're doing this from this digital modeling for financial inclusion, really, I suppose, and social inclusion sort of thing. But this is just a bigger area in terms of, and it's a green initiative. Other actions also expected to contribute to the horizontal priority group, the digital product passport, the reference deployment of cloud to edge-based service solutions, the EU energy saving reference framework, and the agricultural data space and the energy data space. So there's a lot of stuff that's under digital that maps across and is part of that whole green and digital twinning. In terms of third country alignment and participation, so Digital Europe is limited to the EU member countries, but it also adds in countries Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, which joined from 2021, and there are some other countries that are candidate countries and potential countries that are eligible to be involved in terms of Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Kosovo, Moldova, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, Turkey, and Ukraine. So none of the other European countries or external to the EU have expressed interest to join the Digital Europe programme, or other countries. You know, Canada is associated to Horizon Europe, but Canada hasn't associated to Digital Europe. So it's always good to know who's in and who's not in, because it does help you in terms of maybe how you can find people. And, you know, projects that have Ukraine involved in them tend to score better points, and so it's always worth doing it for many reasons, but it's worth doing it because it's worth doing it because of getting an extra points. So indicative budgets, budget for this round, 90 million across the Destination Earth Initiative, 35 million incident response support, 121 million advanced digital skills in key capacity areas, 202 million for deployment of digital technologies such as European blockchain services, 46 million for interoperable Europe action. So that's in various stages, and 10 million for investment platform for strategic digital technologies, 67 million for the CHIPS fund, which is not for potatoes that have been fried. It's a CHIPS fund, it's a finance area, and 35 million for other actions, including program support actions and support. So there's a good amount of money there. Maybe could be more. And just links to other programs. So they're very keen to make sure that that there are linkages. So so some of the linkages into things like the global challenges and European industrial competitiveness of Horizon Europe. There's linkages there. So there are digital programs under Horizon Europe that sit out with Digital Europe, but they're still worth connecting. Some of the things under the Connecting Europe facility. So Connecting Europe facility breaks into 3 areas, one of which is digital, and so investments focus on delivering safe, secure, and sustainable high-performance infrastructure, in particular gigabit. So, you know, look across different areas, and if your timing's wrong for applications in this year that you'd like to be putting in, look at these other things, because there could be areas under Horizon Europe that fit, or there could be things under Connecting Europe facility. There's some stuff around digital within the Creative Europe program, but Creative Europe has so little money in it that I would probably recommend against spending a lot of time looking at one. Digital investments under the EU for Health program. So there was mention that some people are interested in digital and health. So the EU for Health program is worth looking at. Again, everything's all about timing, and if you want to put something in this year and you've missed the boat in some of the Digital Europe, do look elsewhere. I know this is sponsored by Digital Europe, but it's all part of Europe, so look at all the other opportunities there are. There's some funding in the Justice program, so again, looking at that. Some of the ERDF funding is focused on digital, so again, looking at that and looking at the RRF funding that you have in the country. Yeah, there could be, because I mentioned about agriculture and stuff, there could be something in terms of the common agricultural policy. So again, it's looking, if you're interested in digital and agriculture, then look at that area. I mentioned RRF. So there's lots of alignments with other areas. Digital Europe's just the main, I suppose, the main driver for many things here. And yeah, mention the multicultural projects. Yeah, some of them aren't on multicultural multi-country projects because of the area of security. There's some issues of security that so it's worth checking that. But there are opportunities definitely in that, and yeah, and the call structure in terms of it's laid out. This just shows where the money is and how much, and yeah, the indicative budget. So this is, say, 2 call rounds in 2024 and 284 million in 2024 budget. So, did your any questions so far in terms of where we are? No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You mentioned, so when is the deadline for application this year? Is like next week, and in order to submit?
No, there are some. It breaks into two calls per year basically, and the first call was like March and May, and there are some in September later, but the majority of calls either have been or are very close to the deadline. There's one on the 6th of June, but there's majority are like 29th of May. So it's 8 days, it's plenty of time. You can do it. You can do it. You get your 1 hour call with me and we'll sail through it.
And I think you touched a little bit, just to clarify. So if you're aiming for the next year, in 2025, is it likely that some of the kind of it will come some changes and some parts may drop?
Yeah. So yeah, some of the ones will definitely continue. Things like say cybersecurity, they're looking to build that, so there's going to be more next year. There'll be some areas that will definitely, and it's only when there are things that they feel they've achieved in the first call or second call that.
And when will is it possible to know when they're gonna finalize the priorities or applications?
I would think it'd be about the end of the year. It's going to be. It won't be too soon, but they're not. But given that the calls will be, calls will be starting in March time. They have to have those out. So that it's likely. I think sort of maybe October time. Just keep watching the space. Okay. So there are 7 topic themes under Digital Europe. The first one is about high-performance computing. Who's interested in high-performance computing? Yeah, 1. Okay. So I know nothing about high-performance computing. I'm just happy that my MacBook Pro still keeps working. The mission of the joint undertaking is to develop, deploy, extend, and maintain in the Union a world-leading federated, secure, and hyper-connected supercomputing, quantum computing, service, and data infrastructure ecosystem. So, yeah. Indicative budget of 90 million. And it's about a core service platform, a user-friendly entry point for destination Europe, this destination Earth. So within this first high-performance computing, the first one is destination Earth, which is a service platform, user-friendly entry point for destination Earth users. Continuing implementing the Destination Earth initiative in seamless continuity with the work undertaken under the work program 21-22. So the first work program of this series. Under this, the initiative will further implemented, putting emphasis on the system activity. So it's further development and an evolution of the core service platform, expansion of the data lake, and upgrade and consolidation of the first 2 digital twins. So that's weather-induced and geophysical extremes and climate change adaptation and performance optimization of the digital twin engine. So new use cases and user services identification will take place, supported by the respective requirements, elicitation and implementation planning. So deliverables are the core platform, a data lake, digital twin engine and first 2 digital twins. Any uptake for that? Anybody want to build a digital lake, a digital data lake? No. So the second one in this first first theme, is cloud to edge infrastructure and services. So it sees new topics in this work program, which is around the Cloud Exploitation Office. That'll support the overall exploitation, dissemination, monitoring, sustainability, integration and governance. Addressing a narrow but strategic gap in European technological autonomy. So you can see very much that there's competition in all this digital between Europe and America and other areas, and so the autonomy part is very important. And reference deployments of European cloud edge services and cloud computing service providers fall within the scope of directive of the European Parliament. So there's a high common level of security of network and information systems across the Union. So there will not be, it'll be the EU 27 will be able to be applying for that, and not others. And sitting within the cloud to edge infrastructure, there's that cloud IPCI exploitation office. So the scope of that is about providing at least the following core strategic and support activities via the setup of cloud IPCI office that will maximize the benefits. Project deliverings include the new solutions developed and in industry deployed, their impacts and timing, the key performance indicators associated to each of the CSI projects, spillover activities, sustainability performance, and where necessary, risk mitigation activities. And sustainability actions, sustainability activities, support development of the medium-term sustainability strategy, support the pre-notified EPCI, CIS main dissemination, foster transparency. A lot of the work in a lot of these calls is about not only assessing the need, but it's also about how you take people along with you. So there's the communications and dissemination section of all of these is really important, because so say for something like interoperability, you want to take people with you, because unless the public sector sees the benefits of interoperable services, then it's not going to happen. So you can put the platforms in place, you can put the processes and systems in place, but unless the people are signed up to it, and it's the same with, I think, all of these areas in terms of they all involve platforms. So anybody who's platform development, fill your boots, there's opportunities there. But also they involve communication, dissemination. They're really important factors in it all, because you're dealing with people as well as, robots and digital. It's very much beyond all that sort of stuff. That just whole dissemination exploitation seems to be a big part of that previous one. Highly secure collaborative platform for aeronautics and security industry. So I don't know, anybody involved in the aeronautics or security industry? Yes. So again, there's opportunities here to develop a commercially viable, highly secure, cloud-based collaborative platform for the management of sensitive, multicultural, multi-country industrial initiatives in the aeronautics and security sector, including civil security. So there must be opportunities there for developing things. So it just allowed them to reach a similar level of centralized distributed working, be cloud-based, as opposed to require on-premises software development, broad range of secure and user-friendly collaborative tools, provide for a stack as deep as needed to cater for the specificities of the aeronautics and security sector. I think very, very different sectors actually in many ways, but maybe some commonalities, and cater for state-of-the-art security, interoperability, reversibility, sovereignty, and sustainability standards. So, and yeah, they do also list things that fall outside the scope. So it's important that if you're looking at anything in those areas, the provision of the hardware infrastructure to deploy and operate the platform is out with the scope. So that's not a platform building one, but it is about very much looking at the infrastructure for a platform, basically, which will be funded through a separate, and probably funded through procurement rather than through a grant process. Deliverables are a commercially viable, highly secure, cloud-based collaborative platform for the management of industrial programs in the aeronautics and security sector, governance implications, and a significant contribution to the discussions for an EU-level single set of roles and rules and accreditation for data sharing. And huge big area, a lot of this stuff is about data sharing. There's a lot of issues, I mean, not just on data protection, but the whole issue in terms of people sharing data just within one country, between health and other areas, but across all countries is a huge big thing. So there's a big cultural aspect to all this. There's a whole thing about how you do take people forward. So decisions are made that allow for the fact that the security and everything's in place in order for there not to be issues in terms of any data being shared, and the usual story of people leaving their laptop on a train and data being taken from it, sort of stuff. Yeah, question? Yeah?
Can you give an example? What could be the project in this area? Like, what could be done in this topic? So, is it about the policy making, or is it the advancing the technology? Can you give the example?
Yeah. Yeah, so in that very much, it's a mixture of all these things. So it's about researching the need for how this could work, and it's about researching how it could be delivered. So I mean, they talk very much that, you know, in the whole thing in terms of the deliverables for that. Yeah, it's that cloud-based collaborative platform, but not the platform itself. It's how it would work. How would a cloud-based collaborative platform work? How would it work in terms of policy? What are the negotiations in terms of all the different players and all the different actors, all the stakeholders that be involved in that, and how it could be securely managed and because it's got to be delivered on the cloud as opposed to building a platform. It's a platform on a cloud, but it's a cloud. It's not a hardware. It's not. They very clearly show that it's not about building something that's going to sit in a data warehouse somewhere. So they clearly highlight the governance implications. So it is about policy. It's about management, governance, and policy, and having those conversations about the single set of rules and accreditation. So it is bringing together, it's proposing how that would look in terms of the rules, and, you know, not just from the point of Lithuania, not just point from any one country. It's across countries. And
so, what would be the result of such a project? So
it would be a process where you come to the end of it and say, this is what we recommend. This is how it would work. So it would include all the sort of the modelling and the processing. It'd include all the consultations, the modelling, and the governance processes, and it would be presented across. It'd be presented to Digital Europe to present to all European partners. So, I mean, I see very much a lot of these things. They have some of these have quite a short lifetime in terms of, say, maybe 12 months to develop some of these, because you can do a lot of the research in the first 4 months. You can do a lot of the modeling based on what the research says, and you can present solutions which can have been worked up through the whole 12 months. So a lot of these are 12-month type projects. So yeah, and it's very much, I think that's what I'm trying to get across, is that there are a lot of these are not just about, they're not just about supercomputing, not just about building something. They're not even just all about cloud technologies. They are about people and processes and security and hopes and fears, and yeah.
What is the outcome, for example, of those competitions? The competition is high. I mean, every second, every third, every 10th project wins, or it's just a couple of?
Yeah, so it depends really, again, on the call. Some calls are just funding one application, and depending on the numbers that compete, you know, it is that. But so like the cybersecurity, we're going to be funding 4 projects. So again, from I don't know how many applications went in, but probably say 40. So maybe a 1 in 10 chance on that. It does depend.
Like in Horizon Europe?
Yeah, it is very similar to, yeah.
And is there a fee for application?
No, you don't, no.
And if you don't win, it's
Yeah,
your work.
it is. So it is about trying to, it's about trying to put the best application you can in, because you want to be successful, and you will put a lot of work into doing it, but it's an opportunity cost. You know, it's if you weren't doing that, what else would you be doing? You making money, perhaps, I don't know, but there's no, they don't pay you to put an application in, and you don't pay to put an application in. It's sorry?
Unless you pay for the
Yeah. Pesky consultants shouldn't be allowed, but they do add value, and they can add value. Yeah. But actually, you know, what a lot of this is, because I honed this through over years because of trying to be successful, and I was successful, and I realized that how much is process. So if you follow the process, if you go back and you look at all what the EU policy is, what's the driver for all this, do all that research, you make all your notes, you read the call, you see exactly what they're asking for, and you then write based on that, and you develop something, you have a very good chance of delivering and being successful. And it is all about the work on that. But I think some people are great with the concept, but taking that concept and turning it into an application is the difficult part. But it is all process. It's, you know, as I say, in Horizon Europe, it's excellence, impact, and implementation. In Digital Europe, it's relevance, impact, and implementation. Or it's actually relevance, implementation, and impact. They're the other way around. But it is all about just, you know, and everything is based on work programs. So you have to have a work plan that breaks it into sections, and work programs and tasks and activities, milestones, deliverables, and your outputs have to be in terms of short-term outputs, medium-term impacts, long-term outcomes. So it is all process, and it's all about just translating all the initial stuff into that process. And once you've done it once, and I'd say that you don't need consultants. What you do need is to build the capacity up to be able to deliver and to write them yourself, and sometimes a consultant can be useful for one round of stuff because they bring ideas and they can give you the skill. Sometimes just by attending workshops and things, you can build up those skills yourself. But a consultant can't write an application for you totally because they don't understand what you're. So in Digital Europe, I can write about cybersecurity. I understand quite a bit about that, but I wouldn't know anything about cloud or semiconductors or whatever. You need people, you need industry people, you need university people to write those parts of it. So it has to be a collaborative process, but it is very important to get the right skills together to do that. And you know, the rewards are worth it. The rewards are good, you know. And if you don't succeed and you know things will come around the next year, you get an evaluation summary report with your application that tells you where you fell down. They don't tell you how it could be better, but you do tell you that because they tell you where you fell down, so that gives you the emphasis so you can revise based on that. So it's important to read the evaluation summary report and make notes from it. And so. Okay, back to the boring stuff now. So Cloud Federation, smart middleware for European Cloud Federation. I mean, this is why at the start I ask you where your areas are, because I think there are, you know, this covers a whole range of stuff, and there may well be some of this is like, for many of you, is like, oh, I'm not interested at all in Cloud Federation or smart middleware. But it is all about, there's this thing called Simple, which is the European data space that they're using. So quite a number of these programs are built around using Simple. But the scope, under Simple Labs, the Commission will procure and make available to stakeholders interested in data spaces and Cloud Federation a suite of tools and services to experiment with a reference deployment of Simple Open, to assess how much their own data space or Cloud Federation is compliant. Commission will support all data spaces and Cloud Federation funded under Digital Europe programs. And so deliverables are a publicly available platform, implementation, operational support of simple open integrations, and it feeds into so it's open source. It's feeding back into the development of the simple open source. And then reference deployments of European Cloud Edge services, industrial Internet of Things Edge and telco edge developments. So edge computing is essential technology to cope with the requirements. Proposals for pilot projects should target deployment, take-up and upscaling of telco edge cloud. And deliverables are deployments and implementation of edge solutions evenly distributed across European territory and demonstration of its uses in key applications. Robust strategic industrial cooperation in diverse edge computing architectures and standards, and demonstration of seamless interoperability. So, any interest in European Cloud Edge services? Yeah, okay. Second part of this, first one is data for EU. So the continuation of the work that provides funding for further development of individual data spaces, development of the common platform for European open data, a new action on the digital product database, digital product passport, and services based on data available through data spaces will become more essential for the proper functioning of critical infrastructure. Expected in general that data spaces will be subject to a number of risks that should be addressed. And under data spaces further, there's data space for cultural heritage. So I mentioned before creative industries. So Korea could be a possibility as well as another area. But the first work strand is about further development and operation of the data space infrastructure, increased availability of high quality data through effective aggregation processes, capacity building support the digital transformation of the cultural heritage sector, fostering use and reuse of available data, multilingual data, digital services to larger and more diverse audiences. And the second work strand is setting or extending the necessary framework and tools for the availability of advanced 3D and XR data in the data space for cultural heritage, including know-how, references, and knowledge sharing. So again, if anybody who's interested in the creative sector and wants to look at data space for cultural heritage, I think there's possibilities there maybe to do stuff. Deliverables, framework, tools, technology, storage, and processing capacities, high quality 3D and XR content and documentation. So in this one, they're very much looking at development of the tools, technologies, but also the content, and new high-value data sets available for reuse. Training and capacity building for cultural heritage institutions in making use of 3D. So again, there could be a training element to it all. You could be providing that training for the cultural heritage institutions. And competence centres for 3D deployment. Action will develop and deploy an online competence centre for 3D as a rich and targeted reference place for 3D, XR, AI, virtual worlds. So who's interested in AI? Anybody? AI world, good, yeah. XR? Yeah. So, yeah, opportunities potentially there. Contributing to the creation and development of standards in the field. So that's obviously standards of policy, governance, bringing together multidisciplinary expertise from the EU, promoting digital transformation of CHIs and the use of advanced technologies, linking with national authorities in EU member states plus Ukraine, active participation of data providers and users. I could see that I know universities in Ukraine who are really interested in cultural heritage, and I could see some potential link-ups if anybody's interested in doing something there. Deliverables, services, open tools, methodologies, best practice, etc. Successive iterations of the services, tools, methodologies, and best practices. Common standards. At least 5 new high-quality 3D objects and virtual world scenarios. A long-term data sustainability plan of the competence centre, and interoperability, both technical and licenses, availability and medium long-term sustainability. So I can see there's a bit more interested in that one, some of the other ones potentially. And I suppose in a similar sort of area, data spaces for tourism, opportunities there. The scope is about develop and deploy the data space and infrastructure on the basis of the blueprint elaborated under the preparatory action of a previous work programme. So you need to look back at the previous work programme, further engage the ecosystems community and ensure the interconnection with European, national and local initiatives in both urban and rural settings. So deliverables are infrastructure for the tourism data space, connections between relevant local and national data ecosystems, connections with other sectoral data spaces, guidance, training documents, exploitation of available data, regular updates on users' usage data and troubleshooting. So again, tourism could be an area if you're looking in the whole data space stuff. Doesn't particularly mention AI in this one, but it is about data space. And there's a... Oh. Yeah, so language data space. Again, this could be another area, language data space, aligned with previous work package, support to the language data space through 3 work strands, making new language data sets available, merging the eLang tech portal into the LDS, and focus on enhancing the quality and extending the range of the eLang portal. So again, if languages are an area, there's opportunities potentially in there. So that just gives you deliverables, data sets, integrating into the portal, making language models available. And European Green Deal data space, so yeah, scope, awarded proposals, expect to focus on data space applications. So quality of data space, so European Green Deal one, deliverables, a Green Deal data space governance mechanism, technical infrastructure, high-level reusable data sets, stakeholder mapping and engagement, policy recommendations. I think similar to the question earlier, this is one where you are looking at a governance mechanism, the technical infrastructure, but not actually building it, high-value reusable data sets, mapping and engagement, and policy recommendations. I think a lot of that across a lot of these different areas. And yeah, skills deployment. Again, deliverables, code of conduct and contract and templates, guidance training documents for stakeholders, once a data set is deployed, quarterly and on ad hoc basis reporting. So very much a data space for skills based on existing technical building blocks. Sort of crosses over into the Erasmus area, but it's very much around building skills. And energy data space, foresee the deployment of the first version of common European energy data space and infrastructure on the basis of blueprint elaborated under ongoing. So I think we've probably covered pretty much all the sort of data space areas. There's, yeah, manufacturing. Yeah, so we scale up the deployment and use of the data space for manufacturing. So the whole load of stuff around manufacturing and robotics and even use of learning through things like teaching factories and stuff. So there's lots of opportunities in data space for manufacturing. Agriculture, mentioned that earlier, and the data space there for that, including, but all these notes are, you've got them. They're, the reason I gave them to you was so you could read them and just refer to them when you need to. Try and give you too much rather than too little. A public procurement data space. So to significantly scale up the public procurement data space that was developed under previous work plan. Yep. Presumably will impact on the TED program. Common European mobility data space. So contribute to effective implementation of the multicultural, multi-country project on European common data infrastructure and services that focus on mobility and transport sector. So if you're interested in data on mobility and transport, there's maybe that data set might be something that, data space might be something useful. And health data space, so mention of health. Actions aim primarily to increase the amount of data related to health available for research, innovation, public health policy, and healthcare delivery, and establish sustainable cross-border linkages of and access to interoperable health data sets across Europe. Got to be a good thing. Got to be a hugely good thing to have that when you consider, you know, the effect of the pandemic, the opportunities to access information. It's got to be good. Access and share data. So that breaks into federated European infrastructure for intensive care units. Might not be interesting for some people, but if you're in health, it could be. Common toolkits. The Genome of Europe action will support the implementation of the Genome of Europe multi-country project and contribute to achieving the objectives and long-term ambition of the 1+ million genomes initiative. The objective is also to support the initiative, taking into account the potential creation of a European Digital Infrastructure Consortium. So could be of interest, might not be. And in terms of deliverables, joint or coordinated sequencing, new data for a large number of representative European citizens be further specified. Again, it's working on data that's across countries and across different areas. There's a huge political and social element to all that, and bringing that together is really important. Integration of eligible population-based data generated independently. And yeah, further genome stuff, supporting patients' access to their health data in the context of healthcare. Oh, that's the next one. Yeah. Action will enable patients to access their health data in the context of healthcare provision for individual citizens. So when you look at something like this, you know, the ability to access your health information from Lithuania in Spain, say, you know, that the operation of bringing that together is a huge thing. It's that whole interoperability sort of stuff. So you can see why these data sets and working these data sets is really important. And demonstrating in service of the European Union, electronic health record exchange format in healthcare settings. So very much similar about health care records exchange. Digital product passport. So this is a big area that's really one of the areas of focus, which is digital project passport. It's an information system that makes accessible on a need-to-know basis data relevant to product sustainability along their value chains. It's expected to make an important contribution to climate mitigation by aiming to achieve sustainable and circular systems in 3 value chains, by improving product sustainability, boosting material and energy efficiency, and enabling new business models and circular value extraction based on data chains. So it's about how people are using your data through this digital product passport. Could be an interesting area to be involved in.
Is this one a new one, or has it been since the beginning?
It's been around, yeah. It's a continuation in this work program, but it's so, and the deliverables are deployed and validated at scale and real life, setting digital product passports in at least 2 value chains, report on further needs. So it's going to be, if it's doing it in 2 value chains, they're going to continue this in future years. Report on further needs for standardization and specifications, and recommendations based on lessons learned. So support for data for EU, open data portal, development, maintenance, operation, evolution and hosting of an enhanced, merged, secure, robust and user-friendly pan-European portal for the dissemination of the content of the Data Europe EU portal. So, so this might be done as a procurement rather than as a tender. And yeah, deliverables, enhanced version of the Data Europe EU portal, operational new section of the Data Europe portal, including a dedicated catalogue implementing a searchable asset list, an improved version of the big data test infrastructure. So again, could be of interest. European single access point for EU capital markets. Objective of the action is to build the fundamentals of European single access point, an open data portal for sustainability information on companies, information relevant for capital markets. So, good luck on that one. And the deliverables are design and develop services, data collection services, data access services, data processing, integration with relevant ESMA systems, advanced features such as e-translation, notification services, or the application programming interface, and support to collection bodies. Artificial intelligence, I think that was what people are interested in. Just a bit of blurb in terms of what it can bring. And the first call under that is testing and experiment facilities, coordination of AI sectoral testing and experimentation facilities. So this is there are different grant process, different sorts of grants, different sorts of funding mechanisms. For some programs like the cybersecurity, it's run on a simple grant. And a simple grant, because they recognize that there'll be a lot of SMEs that for profit getting involved in it. What they do is the simple grant is 50% of the funding. So they only give you 50%, you have to find 50% from elsewhere. How you do that is your own business. They don't recommend that. But some of these, like this one, is a CSA. So anybody who's done Horizon Europe knows about there's innovation actions, there's coordinated support actions, there's all different sorts. And the CSAs are ones where they're actually, so IAs and HIAs are higher up the technological readiness level. CSAs are lower down the technological readiness level, and they're about implementation of projects. So, so this one is a CSA, help develop synergies and exchange between the testing and experimentation facilities and other relevant projects, such as the innovation hubs, data spaces, network of excellence. And yeah, it's all about what they plan to do in terms of facilitating coordination, deliverables, action plan organised along different domains. So a lot of stuff is always around action planning, a catalogue of common resources, joint dissemination of communication plans, specialised support unit, technical mechanisms, specialised business consultancy, assessment and road mapping. Doesn't really seem like building, it seems more like planning and disseminating and consultancy. The second one in this is around developing Cityverse, which will define what the Cityverse means for Europe, building on the smart communities data infrastructure. Should build on existing local digital twins and start developing the Cityverse for citizens to offer them interoperable and sustainable services. Deliverables, one or more projects proposed varied used case studies, used cases for the Cityverse, focusing on the same pilot areas envisaged in Smart Communities Data Space project. A roadmap to expand Cityverse solutions in Europe using minimal interoperability. And yeah, towards network local digital twins. So developing the data space for smart communities and the EU local digital twin toolkit. And the deliverables in this are an EU ecosystem of local digital twins sharing a common blueprint, and updating the number of local platforms of digital twins, new AI-based services extending and supplementing the catalogue. So it may well be with some of these that you are not a major player in the application, and they're providing the AI support. If you are AI developers and things, then it may be that the AI is like either a subcontract or it's a partner, but it's not a main partner in terms of pulling it all together. Platform for advanced human twin models. So deliver a user-friendly, open source, trusted platform for bringing together virtual human twin resources in healthcare. Should be enterprise class, secure, fully supported, scalable, making use of extant infrastructure and services. So it's very much the individual virtual human twins, but very much around health. And again, deliverables in the in this. Oh, sorry, that jumped ahead there. Yeah, outcomes and deliverables. Distributed platform accessible to a wide range of users, providing access to data and model resources. Open source software. So this is about delivering something. It's about a platform. It is about the software, and it is about the functionality. And it will be virtual. So support for healthcare access bodies to foster efficient pathways and AI in healthcare. So identifying current pathways, developing more effective pathways and leveraging health and data access boards, and possibly testing and experimentation facilities, creating and implementing necessary capabilities at the level of the national health, of the health access bodies to support these pathways. And deliverables report on identified pathways, description of pathways, guidelines for support for creating and deploying, reports on the tests and showcases conducted, and recommendations for implementing of development. So again, it's not necessarily implementing, it's about reporting, it's about planning, reporting, governance, and recommendations. AI in support of quantum enhanced metabolic magnetic resonance imaging systems. So metabolic MRI has a potential to provide information about changes in the tissue metabolism, which can precede macroscopic tissue changes seen with a standard MRI. So the scope of the call is to develop and experimentally validate in a hospital environment a more precise and faster tool for the study, diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up of cancer and or neurological. So again, probably ties in. So under Horizon Europe, there's a section which is section 12, which is about missions. And one of the 5 missions of Europe is around cancer. So there must be work that sort of pans into that mission. So again, could be possibilities of, and those mission calls are for September this year under cancer. So if you have an interest in cancer and interest in AI for MRI, then there's potentially some opportunities within that. So outcomes and deliverables, validation of the capabilities of metabolic MRI, development of AI machine learning techniques for cancer imaging. There is actually a call under the mission, cancer mission, on cancer imaging. So again, AI could probably play a big part in that. And yeah, benchmark metabolic MRI against standard MRI operational. So opportunities, I think, it maps across into, there's EU for Health, but there's also Horizon Europe and Horizon Europe missions, as well as oceans and everything else. There's cancer's a big one, and opportunities potentially in that one for support for the AI Act. It's been preparing the world's the first comprehensive regulatory framework, and under that they've got the Innovation Association for Preparatory Action, accelerate innovation and trustworthy AI, providing a range of services and tools to providers of AI systems, in particular to SMEs, to prepare for and facilitate compliance with the upcoming AI Act. So Europe has an upcoming AI Act. It's different to what's being proposed in America or in other countries, other continents. And I think part of the thing about this is letting it happen, making sure it happens, but providing security. And so again, deliverables, harmonized frameworks, and provision of materials and training courses. So again, if you train in AI, there's maybe opportunities to do training for SMEs. That could be different areas. Regulatory sandboxes, so EU-level coordination support, providing support and coordination for AI regulatory sandboxes established under the future AI Act, with a view to scaling up the corresponding activities. So if you're interested in sandboxes, AI sandboxes, deliverables, common processes and tools, and a common platform for sharing information. So if you can do those sort of things, there's a chance you could be bidding in and delivering. EU database for standalone high-risk AI systems. So the AI Act foresees that the Common Commission shall, in collaboration with member states, set up and maintain an EU database where standalone high-risk AI systems should be registered. So one of the things that the AI Act is about proposing that you identify those that are high risk and you keep a database of them. So again, output of this is tested and validated suite of testing procedures, training material for market surveillance, and recommendations for long-term establishment. Alliance for Language Technologies, an open source foundation model. The advent of generative AI, exemplified by models like ChatGPT, represent a transformative moment in technological innovation. So building an ecosystem around large language and AI models in Europe will provide better autonomy for use and sharing of European data, and will reduce EU's dependence on technologies from outside Europe. Does that interest anybody? Anybody interested in the Language Technologies and Open Source Foundation? So deliverables, increased accessibility of language data, repository of families of existing large language foundation models, repository of families of large language models fine-tuned to specific languages, and infrastructure and services for models fine-tuning. And making available a high-performance open source European Foundation model for fine-tuning. It covers some of the stuff in the previous one. It's about future developments, and again, the deliverables, an EU-wide digital infrastructure providing a high-performing European large language foundation model, and development of a strong community with the establishment of a coordination framework. It might interest some people. Cybersecurity, so heart of digital transformation in the European Union. So, yeah, actions related to the implementation of the proposed Cyber Resilience Act, actions related to transition of post-quantum cryptography, and so yeah, a number of different actions under cybersecurity. So incident reporting, support and preparedness for key sectors. So they're looking at that in terms of an EU-level cyber reserve with services from trusted private providers for incident response, penetration tests in key sectors, INSA's contribution to the cyber analysis and situation centre. So there's a lot of cyber centres being set up that are will be providing some of this cyber reserve and services. You could do that yourself, or you could potentially get money to deliver it. Incident response support. So we're looking an EU-level cyber reserve with services from trusted providers for incident response, contribution to the cyber analysis. There are opportunities in cyber if you're interested. Advanced digital skills. So they're looking at this in terms of, so this is that cyber. There is some area though in cyber which is about skills, but that comes under this one. So advanced digital skills is the fourth area of the 7 that I mentioned. And so, yeah, the first one, specialised education programmes in key capacity areas. They're looking at programmes like master's programmes in Digital Europe programme. Yeah, looking at things like AI and cybersecurity. So it's training in higher level skills and the provision of that through universities especially, but not only. So the deliverables in this are consortia of higher education institutions, research institutions, etc. Design and deliver educational programs and self-standing modules in the area of advanced digital skills for developers and users of advanced digital technologies. So if you're a university and you're interested in that, there's an opportunity for that. Yeah. So higher education institutes are upgraded with digital solutions, students supported with scholarships. Consortia and partnerships are established. Reinforcing skills in semiconductors. So again, this is about building European Semiconductor Skills Academies. So again, that could be an area you might be interested in, being a European Semiconductor Skills Academy across a number of countries. And yeah, they're looking through vocational training as well. So could be opportunities there in vocational training. And deliverables are about concerning definition of the required curricula, scholarship program, on-the-job experience, upgrade of laboratories, communication initiatives. So there's funding in here for things like for equipment, funding in here for training development, boot camps, addressing the gender dimension of employability in the sector. Cybersecurity Skills Academy. I submitted one of these this year in March, and yeah, funding is available for the implementation of new training opportunities or the scale-up of successful ones with a special focus on the needs of SMEs and public administration. So there are platforms that exist. They want you to populate those platforms with things, but also do your own work on it. And deliverables, training courses, on-the-job training courses, online training, user-friendly, accessible to everyone. Scheme for establishing a cybersecurity competence recognition, and delivering KPIs on it. Boosting digital skills of young people, in particular girls, so a big topic area. I think that has been already, but it's very much around delivering things like summer schools, specialised information and careers day, dissemination and outreach activities. Again, it was a simple grant, so it's 50% funded, but it's still quite an interesting area. Girls and women in digital, so going beyond that first one, which was that previous one, and looking at women and girls particularly. Women are significantly underrepresented in ICT professions, and which is one of the growing sectors. So how do you go about it? And outcomes and deliverables of this: a report identifying the main obstacles. So again, it's research-based. An overview of national regional strategies, again, research-based, and a forum to report on progress. So it's not actually doing anything, it's assessing what the problem is, looking at the strategies to try and get it right, and a forum to pull it together. That could be good. Anybody could do that. It doesn't really address the problem, but maybe it's the first stage in it. Digital skills and jobs platform. So this is a platform. The Commission has set ambitious targets for to increase 20% to 80% the number of European adults possessing at least a basic level of digital skills and reaching 20 million ICT professionals. So the scope will be implemented through, and it'll be implemented in subsequent years as well. So it's not just this year. But again, deliverables are a functioning platform providing data, providing content relevant, and connected national coalitions for digital skills. So the platforms, the infrastructure, and the networks that will go around that. Accelerating the best use of technologies, rollout and best use of digital capacities. So this is the 5th of the 7 things I told you about that were at the start. You may have forgotten that. And this is looking at things like blockchain, deployment of public services, interoperable Europe, justice and consumers, confidence in digital transition. So blockchain objectives of this action is to further develop, reinforce, pilot, and employ the European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, the EBSI. And it's across 2 different strands. And the deliverables are governance of EBSI, updates of specifications, strengthened EBSI support, reinforcement of the ecosystem, regular webinars. So again, it's a network, and it's about how you pull that together and how you do all the, how you provide the support services. Anybody could do that. You could all do that. The second one in the section 5 is deployment of public services. And this breaks into 2 areas, a couple of areas anyway. So European digital government ecosystem, support the implementation of the European digital identity and trust ecosystem, which mentioned in previous ones. And deliverables are about technical references, standards, components, updates of specifications, profiles, documentation, user manuals and release notes, stakeholder and community engagement strategies, and support to implementers across member states. And the second work strand just continues that beyond further update. support to the implementation of the once-only technical system under the single digital gateway regulation. So it's to support that, referred to the single digital gateway regulation, which will enable the cross-border automated exchange of evidence documents between public administrations in the EU under the control of the user. So it's very much this interoperability angle coming in here. The action builds on the requirements stemming from the SDGR and its Commission implementing regulation, and the outcomes refine technical and optimal specifications, operational framework, guidelines, security framework, testing services, connections. So it is about a framework. Again, a lot of this is actually developing the structure and the services and the governance. E-procurement and e-invoicing. So with 13.6% of the GDP in Europe, the procurement power of public administration is unparalleled, but it wants to do it better. So assess and support the implementation of digital public procurement, enhance certain tools and initiatives like e-invoicing, e-forms and e-certis, support the overall mechanism and operability of this domain and ensure alignment. So there's working strands which are around e-procurement and working strands around e-invoicing, and the deliverables are updated documentation, enhanced tool sets, and publishing an updated European invoicing standard. So again, a lot of this is developing the systems rather than actually developing the systems. And interoperable Europe, so interoperability of the Europe sector, which breaks into a couple of areas. So the first one is interoperable Europe policy support, and that's about providing European policy sector entities with commonly accepted and recommended cross-border and cross-sector interoperability. And yeah, it's deliverable is a blueprint revision of the European interoperability framework, an assessment methodology, new effective and aligned monitoring methods, catalogue. So again, it's developing a system for working. The next one, which is the interoperable Europe GovTech indicator. No, sorry, public administration. So innovative and connected public initiative administrations. This is a CSA, so it's funded 100%, and it's about a sustainable multi-sector governance scheme, including a solid set of stakeholder and e-collaborative framework for engaging new stakeholders in future in full alignment with the Interoperable Europe Board and community. So in looking at what interoperability exists, there isn't a huge, in America they use it across the health system, which is privatized, but it looks at an interesting area. It's a single, they're looking for one provider, €1 million bid. They're looking for a roadmap and they're looking for a detailed plan of how these could be implemented. We're almost there. Interoperable Europe GovTech Incubator. So knowledge is a hub for knowledge and sharing and collaborative delivery. So yeah, deliverables, one-stop shop for stakeholders in the GovTech ecosystem. So if you see yourself as a GovTech person, this is where you go to the incubator in that one-stop shop. Scaling up successfully executed pilots, complete experimentation phase 3 of new solutions, develop experimentation. So this is actually delivery of stuff. So it's about 3 new solutions developed and experimenting plan for 4 to 6 new solutions, at least 3 piloted solutions. So there's opportunity there to be delivering something that is actually not just a governance model. Trans-European services for telematics, so ensure continuity of the telematics communication network services until its migration to the next generation. So probably a crossover with the Connecting Europe facility around telecoms. Deliverables refresh of the Euro domain network access points of the secure and reliable communication infrastructure. Operations, maintenance, monitoring and reporting, and support to the stakeholders. And still within that 5th section, justice and consumers, there's the core e-justice and consumers IT systems, and the objective is to continue ensuring the maintenance and development of the core EU IT systems in the justice and consumer area, with deliverables of analytics and design activities, operational management, stakeholder management, a lot of management, and design management and documentation. Still in section 5, digitalization of services of documents, show the development of the decentralized IT system and deliverables of software outputs and source code implementations, documentation, other project artifacts and end user documentation and support. The biggest section was definitely 2, but the 5's following on. Digitalization and judicial cooperation. So it's about defined technical requirements, specifications, including information security objectives and standards, and reference implementation. And then a common platform for online investigations and law enforcement. So if law enforcement's your area, and you're looking at it from a multi-country basis, deployment of licensed commercial tools or open source tools, customization outputs and custom development where appropriate. Other project artifacts and end user documentation. Joint investigation teams. Design and start the development of joint investigation teams, collaboration platforms according to regulation. And deliverables, acquisition of resources required for the design and acquisition of necessary infrastructure components. So it's a purchasing role. Confidence in digital transformation. Safer internet. So there's stuff in here about network of safer internet, objective to continue to support a national safer internet centres, reach all children, and yeah, SIC is a one-stop shop for reliable and age-appropriate information, digital literacy, support to parents, timely information to local, national, European actors, access to resources and services, increased cooperation. IT system supporting the removal of online child sexual abuse material. So an operational IT tool supporting the in-hoop hotlines to identify, track and remove child sexual abuse material. Better Internet for Kids, big platform, and coordinate and support EU level. So we're going from those very high level sort of cyber and supercomputing down to working with kids in terms of, which is the whole range of stuff and really important. Deliverables there, a single entry point to online tools, central point of access, capacity building and broad outreach. And then European Digital Media Observatory, created with the aim of supporting an independent multidisciplinary community to tackle the phenomenon of disinformation. Fake news all around us. Deliverables, production of a continuous flow of fact checks, which will also be stored in the EDMO's repositories, analytical reports, media literacy events, monitoring of online platforms, implementing a communication strategy, annual report. We're almost at the end and we're cutting into the Q&As, but we've been having Q&As on the way, so another 5 minutes we should be there. EU energy saving reference framework should lead to a standardized reference application, developing close collaboration with energy providers and draw from applications and services. So it ties into the Green Deal side of things. Deployment of EU energy saving reference framework. Support the implementation of multi-country projects, and that's just providing support in terms of large-scale products and funding for them. So it must address some of the areas previously mentioned. That's the scope of it. And outcomes, deployment of a few multi-country projects, developing fully functioning digital infrastructure. And the 6th of the 7 areas is the program support actions. So it's about maximising the impact of the Digital Europe programme and take-up of its results through a dissemination and exploitation conceptual and operational framework. So deliverables are a conceptual and operational framework, a proposal for a set of actions to be implemented, implementation of relevant actions aimed at supporting and complementing individuals, and analysis of possible means and tools. So the supporting the network of national contact points, just big up for the national contact points for digital in Lithuania. So it supports the coordination between different contact points for Digital Europe programme, the preparation and execution of actions that maximise awareness and development and the impact of the programmes and long-term dissemination. So deliverables, improved and professional NCP services, robust NCP support services, new players in the programme, matchmaking activities, dissemination. And IT systems for the enforcement of digital services. So something about the IT Services Act, and deliverables will be collaboration, transparency hub, case handling and data science. And then just some other support services. So events, publications, communication studies and other. And then the last of these sections is about financial instruments. So there are a number of financial instruments, and the one they highlight is the CHIPS fund. It comes through the InvestEU program. So there's a crossover between Digital Europe and the InvestEU, which is a sort of public-private investment program. And again, if you're interested in any of the areas and you want to look at things like the CHIPS Fund and the CHIPS Act, you can find out about it. No, that was that CHIPS Funds, right? Any questions? You have a lot of information there. We get into the second half. We'll look at actually how you use it and how you start writing applications and things. But that gives you the full overview of what's in this this work program for 2023-24. Yes.
Going back to artificial intelligence, you mentioned that someone who's working as just an AI developer, not necessarily able to deliver all of the deliverables under one of the
I don't think you should, and the whole thing about European funding is about collaboration. Unless you can cover all of it yourself, then no, you need to be a part of a team that is applying, and that's the whole thing about when you look at any call and you read what is needed in the program, you need to then say, well, what skills do we need within this team? And if there is an AI specialist in there, then and you don't have one in your team because you are a university, a public sector body, or a private sector consultancy, if you don't actually have that AI skill, then you need to bring that in. And you have the option of bringing them in as a full partner, which is the preferred route, I think. The preferred route for Europe as well as for everybody. You can bring them in as a subcontractor, and most European funding has a ceiling about how much work can be subcontracted. And I mean, in Horizon Europe, it's like 35%, so it's a sizable amount. In Digital Europe, it varies, but actually in many of them, it's not even specified how much you would, but you need to list it all anyway. But it is about the best approach to any application is a consortium that has all the necessary skills. And if you are an AI person, but not maybe a European funding project manager, or you're not skilled in dissemination and communication sort of stuff, then you have a particular role in that application, and it's about finding those partners. And that's where you get people like NCPs and who can help you with that sort of like, or you can go online and stuff. And we'll talk about how to build a consortium in the second half.
And when you're filling an application, do you need to already have a company registered, or can you do it with intention to register?
No, you need a company. What you need, if you're applying, well, there are different levels of, every application has a lead applicant, and a number of partners. The lead applicant ideally should be somebody who is experienced in and has the universities are really good for being lead applicants because they've got huge turnover and they have long experience generally, and they've done stuff in the past. If you're a small and medium-sized enterprise, you do need to be registered, because what you need is you need to have a PIC code, a personal identification number, which you register and get online. You can get it in 20 minutes. So it's not a long process. But the process of that is that once you have a PIC, and you could go in and apply, and we can show you the process of all the application. But once you apply, at that point in time when you apply for a PIC, it's declared, and it needs to be validated before you can actually be awarded anything. But when you're looking at big funding projects of multi-million euro, if you're a very small company and you've only just started, then why would the EU, why would Digital Europe give you money? Because they give the lead applicant money that then farms out to the other partners. How could they trust that you have the wherewithal to manage that and not to run off to Barbados and spend it on drugs and wild parties? So they are really, that's maybe just my dream, I don't know. Yeah, so as a new company, you could still be a partner and you can still go through the whole process. But what happens when you make an application is you have 183 days before you get an announcement on this. It might vary slightly. I know with like the cybersecurity, it was 183 days. It's half a year. With the interoperability one that they're looking at next week, they're trying to make decisions by sort of July time, which is unheard of in European program. But during the process of applying, you can go through the process of getting your pick validated, which is about them just, it's uploading things like a financial identification form, a legal identity form, bank account details, a bank statement, usually suffice on that, and then financial accounts, so ideally, you don't need those in the first financial accounts, but any new organization setting up, you've got 183 days to get validated. You're not going to lead an application, but you could be a partner in it. So again, I can help you through all the process of getting set up, and it's worth doing that anyways. You need an ECAS code, which is attached to an individual, so that's a personal thing. So that's your email address, and you go in for that. And then you set up a PIC code, which is for an organization. And again, it's very quick to do, but and then you do various stages along the way, like you identify a LEA, which is the legal person who's responsible for it. But you have that period once you've submitted to actually go through the process of. So if you wanted to submit in 8 days, and hadn't set one up before, you could get it set up, and you've got the time to do stuff between thereafter. So, yeah. Yeah.
Funding and tenders portal?
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
unique for all of the program?
Yeah. So SEDIA, which is the single electronic data interchange thingy, is a one-stop shop through the whole process. So they advertise calls; they're all on there. And when you see a call and you're interested in it, and it's on there, you can also apply to get your personal identification code. But when you see a call and you're interested in it, there's a button you press. When you press the button, it actually opens that up, and allows you to start populating that. And it's split into a part A and a part B. The part A is the information about partners and general information. Part B is the Word document that you're going to upload as a PDF of 50, 70, 90, 120 pages, whatever it is, depending on the call. And that then you click submit, or you validate it, you click submit. When you submit it, it goes off, it's evaluated. When you're successful, it's all handled through the same single European single electronic data interchange, because that's where the whole process is. So all your communication is back through EU funding and tenders portal. It comes back to you through that. And when you're successful, they'll send you the model grant agreement through that. You'll agree it, disagree it, and then you'll do all your reporting through that. So it's a project planning system that covers from the start, the advertising of it, to the delivery and all the payment stuff. So everything happens through that whole process. So get used to the tool and play with it. You can't break it.
What are the eligibility criteria for the applicants? Maybe are there some minimum requirements?
Yeah, in most of these, actually, they're especially in Digital Europe, the requirements are a bit wider than perhaps it would be in things like Horizon Europe and stuff. But there's very limited eligibility. It's laid out in each of the calls. So each call has its call topic, and that topic will tell you eligibility in terms of numbers of partners, numbers of countries, whether you can do it in one country, deliver it in one country, whether you can deliver it with one partner, or whether it has to be more than that. So it varies, but the whole process of anything European funded wise, there's a number of things, like you can't get double funding, and you can't make profit out of something. The reality is that you can and will and should make profit, because you should exploit things longer term. But and part of the reason why a large amount of the funds under Digital Europe are funded through this simple grant, which is funded at 50%, is so you won't make profit in effect, because you are you either are providing in-kind support as part of the other 50, or you're going to like your local municipality or your national authority to get other funding. But you can get funding from any area, and it's acceptable. The Digital Europe is quite a broad church, and it's very open to all different actors. So, and it really does encourage private business. Private for-profit business is very eligible for it, but just during the life of a project, you can't make profit on. You can't build in a profit element. This is our daily rate is €5,000, but we're going to charge you 10,000 so that we make a profit on it.
Is there any difference between funding a private body or a public institution? So because, for example, in Horizon Europe,
Yeah, there are differences. Yeah.
they get 100%.
Yeah. And SMEs will get 70%. Yeah.
And what about
Digital Europe? No, it's the same. It's the same. It's the same. It's either 100 or it's not 70 for SMEs. It's 100% for SMEs if it's 100%. So a CSA a CSA program under Digital Europe would be at 100%, but a simple grant would be at 50%. But that would be the same for a university or same for an SME. Yeah, yeah.
Another question, is there a possibility, for example, for the same consortium to go under different topics?
Under the same call?
Yes.
Yeah,
the same
yeah,
call.
yeah, yeah. Check each one and read the call, but generally as a rule, yes, you can. You can make multi-applications. I don't know if you increase your chance of success if you go for more, but... Yep.
Applying to multiple tasks or multiple objectives with one application, or crafting specific applications for multiple ones and then picking the one that best?
I suppose it makes sense if you think there are... I mean, generally the call will tell you, that this is the call and this is what it's about. So you would tend to do everything within that call in one application. But if you feel that you could break the call up into the submission up into sections, you could do multiple. But generally, as a rule, I would say it's a one call and one application. But the same organization could. So if you're the AI guy, you could be under 3 or 4 different different submissions. Part of that is about, I suppose, how you, There's the whole intellectual property stuff, because you've got the foreground and the background. You bring intellectual property into it, and how you manage that whole stuff. So during the life of the program, EU never owns intellectual property, but it as part of that project, it's embedded in the project. At the end of the project, what you do with it and how you exploit it is often down to the consortium agreement. What you decide is that, and I suppose the danger with one AI person working in 3 different projects is, how do you have non-disclosure, and how do you not just copy the same stuff into each one, sort of thing. But I don't know. That's, yeah.
I meant more like, for example, data spaces, because the requirements and the deliverables are all relatively similar, even though the data spaces are for the specific field. So could a company that has a team that could accomplish, let's say, 3 of those, apply with 3 specific?
Yeah, so if you want to do something in tourism or something in creative arts, you could do an application in each of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
And the search of the partners goes through some platform?
there's a number of different areas in terms of looking for partners, and I've sort of covered that a bit in this afternoon. But just in as much as, you know, it's a bit like, again, going back to like Horizon Europe and stuff. If you are looking for world-class research in a particular area, you will know who the good people are and go out and look for them, sort of thing, and you'll make contact and you'll build up a database of people that you should do anyway. It becomes a bit more important when you come in to put an application in as to who those partners might be. But there are sources to find people, including the CEDIA platform. I think that one of the ones I'm looking at for next week doesn't have any other partners that have put themselves forward. But as an applicant, you can apply for expertise that you need on a platform on CEDIA, and as a body, you can apply to say we would like to be part of. So you can offer. So it's not quite dating, but it's one's offering services, the other one's offering opportunities, basically. And then there are a lot of other routes. So, you know, you should definitely milk the national contact points. They're really good, especially if you want to sort of you identify countries you want to work in. Then look at national contact points in those countries, because they can find you partners as well. But it is I suppose the holy grail of all this is trying to find the right partners for things, and not just inviting your friends. And so, yeah.
The partner need to be picked already as of time that I'm applying?
Sorry, they need to.
So do the partners have to be ready?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So if you just went in an application with only one organisation and you didn't name the partners, every partner has to have a PIC number. They have to be there, and they have to be seen to. By doing that, because basically, you the lead applicant submits on behalf of the partners, and the partners agree to that, basically, and. In a lot of projects in the past, you'd have a declaration of honour form, and people would sign it and stamp it and put a bit of blood on it to make it, you know, real, and you would pull them all together, and that would be what you upload would be declaration of honour forms. Now it basically is the trust element. The lead applicant submits. They have the name of the partners in there. They have the numbers, and they submit on behalf, and they submit saying they have the approval of all partners to submit. So you do need all partners. The other part, there are, when you think of partners as well, think of people who, so you might need specific partners with specific skills who are going to earn money out of it, but you might also want to have like an advisory group of people who are experts in the field but are not going to earn money from it, other than perhaps that they might go to a conference or something. They might earn a bit of travel money. So they would be put in as associate partners. And again, you could name them and not do anything about it, but it shows a commitment if you have them with a PIC number that you've put in there, because that shows that they are committing to the programme as well. So think about the wide range of people. Think about as well, I'm probably covering half of what I'm going to cover this afternoon, but thinking about as well about, if you're thinking about, say, some of the digital around, say, health, you're looking at some of the, you know, there might be some end user groups you want to involve. There might be, you know, a group of care homes that could feed into something, and you could use them. So the more of these organisations that are there as either partners, associated partners, and are signed up to it, it shows a real commitment, rather than saying, we plan to do this and we're going to work with this company. And you could list every company in Lithuania, and, you know, and how would people know if you've got them as a PIC and you've got them signed up to it? It shows that commitment on their behalf. And if you ever fail, and I hope you never do, but if you ever fail and you get an evaluation summary report, it will often say, you know, a lot of partners were listed as associate, but we didn't see the commitment that we would recommend they should be signed up as with a PIC code and things. So. I think you're all ready for lunch, aren't you? Hey.
So assuming for the 29th of May, that doesn't sound very feasible to get companies on board, partners. So
Yeah.
Before it's plenty of time, so I'm trying to...
Yeah. I think, yeah, I once wrote a Horizon Europe application in a day. It wasn't successful, no surprise. I think if you had an idea of something you wanted to do, and you had been talking about something, and you go like, well, it actually matches what we've been talking about, and we've got a group of people who could do it, you could pull something together, because it basically is, 3 sections: excellence, impact, excellence, implementation, impact. Implementation is just a work program, just a work plan, listing the areas you're going to do, tasks, activities. The impact will be in line with what they're saying in the call. You have to deliver this and this. You could pull something together in. It's feasible. I mean, honestly, it is.
I would say if we have experience, if we have all the data.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's feasible.
Yeah.
It's not complicated to write.
It isn't.
But to be honest, it takes at least 2 months because you are looking
Yes.
for partners.
Yeah.
You're looking for those
Yeah.
different aspects which you will be integrating, and usually it takes time to arrange everything between partners.
Yeah, it does.
It takes time.
It does. I mean, I think, the first thing is to pull together a concept. And if you have a concept, because even just sitting in a room and just mapping out that concept, 1-2 pages can be taken to potential partners. And if I go and work with any organization to help write something, if I arrive and they've got the concept and they've got the partners, that's when I think you can fast track stuff. But it's getting the partners, as the lady said there, it's really important to have the partners organised and signed up. Because the other part of writing an application is that it needs to be seamless and it needs to flow. So although you might say there are 5 work packages, we're going to have 5 work package leads. We've identified who those are. They can go off and write those work packages. You get 5 different work packages back, and they're going to need to be aligned, and the wording needs to be brought into the same sort of area. But I think it's the biggest bit is getting the concept and the team together. Once you've got the concept and the team, the writing is not, it's frightening when you haven't done it, because it's about that process, and it is all process. But we'll go through this afternoon. I'll actually put up the part B online, which is the core part of it, and the 3 parts within it are all scored equally, so you get the same points for all 3. There's a threshold of like 15 points for each. A threshold of 10 points for each, and a maximum score of 15 points for each. But you need to score a lot higher than that. I mean, applications that have, the applications that get 10, 10, and 10 will not get funded, because there'll be other ones that are scoring 13, 13, 13, or 14, 14, 14. You need to get high scores on them, and a lot of that is purely exam technique. It's reading what the call talks about. If you sat down in an exam and you were to write an essay on medieval history in Lithuania, you would have planned everything, and you'd got an idea in your head. Okay, this is what I'm going to do, and you make sure that you read every question and you answer every question, and that's all that EU funding is reading the questions and answering them, and which is why you don't necessarily need consultants, because they just charge you money. And
it's nice with those calls, they have some kind of a detailed template. You will find everything what's needed in each section,
Yeah.
in each column. So
The EU is brilliant. It gives you every bit of information you need. It's almost like an open book exam because it gives you all the information you need. You just got to read it and plan it, and that's the bit that probably why you possibly might not do it in 8 days, because you know I go through everything and meticulously, and I evaluate and I research, and any questions in it I research those, and so it's building it all up into that sort of your notes and your.
What recommendation? Usually they do some kind of a webinars before the call, basically when the call is enough. So they explain everything about the call.
Yeah.
Also, you have a chance to develop this network, like find some, partners doing those.
Yes.
workshops.
Yes.
It's like more or less a must to attend, at least to listen, because you will see all the small details. Because when you are writing, sometimes there is something like to see a broader view, right? It's not just the call, how it will be related to other calls, to other initiatives. So it helps to understand what they are hoping to see.
It's probably not great timing that this presentation's this week and there's a whole load of deadlines, but some part of that is about timing, and it's the whole process is a cyclic thing. You know, we have 7 years of funding. They break it into these 2 yearly tranches, and then it's a matter of getting to that stage where you look at the next stage, and you will be definitely well prepared for the next stage.
But this is just the first round of calls, so
This is the, in effect, this is the fourth round of, yeah. So we've had, possibly even the 8th round of calls, because in Digital Europe, because they have 2 rounds a year. So we had the first 2 rounds of, we had round 1 and round 2 of 2023. We had round 1, and we've still got some more of round 2 in 2024. But each year there's two rounds of calls for Digital Europe.
I meant just for 2024.
Yeah, sorry, we just in 24 just had 1, yeah, and we're still in that first round. So there's one called in 6th of June. I can't remember what it is, but that might be feasible. I don't know. September certainly is. There's some stuff in September that's definitely feasible. But it's whether it's the right, it's a really broad, Digital Europe is a really broad area, from running training for kids to supercomputing, from interoperability for public services to cybersecurity for SMEs. It's about, it's about things like training. It's about researching and planning for systems, and it's about a big part's around dissemination and communication. Everybody's very quiet at the back. The cheap seats at the back. Yeah. Any questions from the back? Yes. Well, one of the areas in Digital Europe. So in any call, they will say to you whether they want you to upload CVs or not. And in quite a lot of the Digital Europe, they say no CVs. You should cover that within the text of the Part B, the Word document. Within that, it's about the skills really for what you're doing. So that again, you'll get feedback from an evaluation summary report, which will tell you whether the skills were right for the actual application in a way. So I would imagine if you're doing things around AI, there'll be a lot of the stuff which is actually work skills, experience, as opposed to necessarily diplomas. But there could be some diplomas in there as well. I think you want to sell. So in section 2.3 or something, there's a bit about about the teams. You need to do the core teams, and you need to do name of the person, their institution, their role, and about them. And that's the bit where you really sell them. You know, this is person X. They've got 20 years working in, well, probably not 20 in AI, maybe, I don't know. 10 years in AI, a diploma in this, and that's, so it's about, and it's, again, it's on an application by application basis what skills you really need. But I think the more they are, more digital experience and skills, diplomas, the better. They won't go away and go, you put down this person, and they've said they've got a PhD in supercomputing. They'll not go away and check that at that stage. They'll take it on face value. I think, yeah. I mean, an application goes to a group of evaluators, 3, possibly 5. The evaluators have something like about 3 hours per application to read them. So they're not going to go away and go, okay, let's check, you know, you've listed 20 people in your consortium. Let's go look at every one of them and see, do they actually have that qualification? But don't lie. I mean, yeah, ever. Don't lie ever in life.
And if you have a company that is not directly related to the product that you plan and concept an application on, would you create another company? And that's
You can go in under the company that has no relation to what you're applying under, but it would, and you can explain that why, you know, because you'll have, you know, there's a section that where you talk about the partners and what they're all about, sort of thing. It would probably make more sense if it is related to the. I think that's lunchtime.
Taip, tai kviečiame visus pietauti, išėjus pro pagrindinės duris, kavinė yra po kairei, iki pat parko galo, ateis metas. Galėsite palydėti, valandą laiko.
Okay, right. I shall get started. So the boring stuff was the first half. This is the more exciting stuff. It's about proposal development. And yeah, intention to try and get through all of this. But less than half the slides, so we should be fine. So I mentioned before there are different types of action. And so this just gives you a description of the types of actions that there are in terms of things like simple grants, which is 50% of the eligible for all beneficiaries. CSA SME support actions, where actually it's 50% of eligible costs except for SMEs where they get 75%. Coordination and support actions, so CSAs, it's at 100% of eligible costs. Grants for procurement, 50% of costs. Grants for procurement of advanced capacities, 50% of costs. Grant for financial support, 50% of costs. And then there's a framework partnership agreements where there's no funding available. So majority of funding that's available is 50%. It's, you know, better than none, but not as good as 100%. And yeah, just others. SGA's 50% and lump sum grant. So the, yeah. How will they know? They don't. They expect that you have 50%. You do. It's not like some applications where, so if you've ever done Interreg programs, Interreg, you need to have a letter signed by whoever is providing that 50% or 40, 55% or whatever. These are, what they assume is that when you put an application form in that is requesting $1 million and that you have the other $1 million, you and your partners have the other $1 million. So yes, they don't know at all. But you know, that's the way it is. And just one differential in here in terms of this, the last one on here, which is the way that a lot of European funding is going is towards lump sum grants. So in the past, grants were based on actions that activities. So if your personnel costs were so much, you had to prove that by putting in every 6 months, putting in a claim, and you had to put the supporting evidence. Now lump sum grants, the money is paid on milestones and not on the actual cost you deliver. So the assumption is if they award you a lump sum grant of $1 million, that you will get paid that at regular intervals and you will not have to prove anything in terms of backup support. There are two forms of lump sum grant. There's a fixed lump sum and there's a lump sum grant. Fixed lump sum is where they tell you when you apply that there's 4 million and that's what you're applying for is the full 4 million. Lump sum is where you put in the lump sum, you tell them what you want to deliver it on. So, yeah, you don't have to prove the match at any point. Even actually when you're awarded the project, you don't need to prove the funding match. So let's look at some calls. So if you look at the EU funding and tenders portal, this was probably Friday, Saturday last week. There are, and this is historically, so it's looking at also closed ones. So there have been, are and will be at this point in time, 147 calls under Digital Europe. So all those showing there are all closed calls because, so you can look back on closed calls to actually see as well what was being asked for in the previous ones. So worth looking back as well as looking forward, but looking back gives you the closed calls. And yeah, just this is one of the closed calls, which just closed on actually the 15th of May, which is for cybersecurity transformation of small and medium-sized performers of commercial activity in Latvia. And they actually had a different approach. They actually asked people to to email in their application, which was slightly different to the normal route of going through CEDIA. And yeah, so this is the current open or forthcoming calls. I don't think any of them are forthcoming. They're all open at this stage. But it shows you what's available in terms of the 29 calls that are still available and still to be applied for. And you can filter these based on submission date, based on opening date. You know, you can do it up and down, so it lets you know what's in there. And you can also filter, that's showing, I think, 50 calls per page, whatever, but just gives you an idea. And then within the funding and tenders portal, so this is one I just pulled out in terms of the European Digital Identity and Trust Ecosystem Standards and Sample Implementation. And this has a 24th of September deadline, so woohoo, it's a long time. Time to apply if you're interested in that one. There's not a huge amount in September, but at least it gives you an example. And the way to look at the calls is that it maps it throughout sort of in terms of. So the first part is the general information. So it includes all the stuff that you need in terms of the name and the call. Now this is we call these calls, but they're actually individual actions within a call. And if you clicked on the call under the bit that says call, it would actually, there might be more in that. There isn't actually in this one, but there might be more. So often a call is like a group of applications that all have the same deadline, but are all under the same area of funding. And so you can look wider, you can look back and forward with that. You can move throughout all these different areas on the application on the CEDIA portal. It gives you the type of action, it gives you the type of submission, whether it's single or two-stage. It gives you the type of grant agreement. So in the past, there were probably as many grant agreements as there were different programs in Europe. They've settled on having this model grant agreement, which is the one that should be used for all applications. But there is a model grant agreement, and I'll show you that for the Digital Europe application. So Horizon Europe has one model grant agreement, and it has an annotated grant agreement, which is basically the model grant agreement, but with annotations and changes to it. Digital Europe has a grant agreement for digital, but it tells you what. So, as mentioned, you know, all the information you need is there, and it gives you the submission date. So that is useful in terms of, and most submission dates are. Or times are 5 p.m. on a particular date. It also has a button which allows you to click on there and find out the funding arrangement for it. So it tells you how much funding is available under the call. If you click on that, it will tell you. And then it goes into the sort of description, which covers the scope and the objectives, or objectives and scope. So everyone is exactly the same in terms of laying out this whole thing in terms of, and generally what you have is as you look at the page, when you find a call that you're interested in looking at, if you look at the page, the things are minimized, you click on more and it opens it up. So sometimes the objectives and scope will be like lots and lots of text. This one is a minimal amount of text. And that takes you then into the next section, which is about the topic, conditions, and documents. So this is where you can find the documents you need. So the particular call document, there's a link to the particular call document for this particular one. So you can take that, you can click on that, and it opens up in a new page in your web browser, but you can take it out as a PDF. The beauty of it is that it allows you to not have to read the whole of the 173 pages of the work plan for the 2 years, I think. So that, clicking on that allows you to look and get some information on it all. And it also, there's anything else that it might think you need. So it shows you the Digital Europe Model Grant Agreement, and yeah, the work program, so you can look at the whole big, the full 173 pages, and yeah, any regulations. So that's, your left-hand side has all the headings. You click on those, and it takes you into the various sections, which is really important, say, just to get used to what's in there. And on this page, it shows you the where you submit, basically. So it allows you to submit on this page. But firstly, it also shows you about anybody, whether there's any other documents or whether there's any other partners who are looking to be involved in this. Click on the Start Submission, it takes you into it, and it's where you go through the whole process. And then there's a bit more in terms of get support. And the support they give you is things like how you use the system, and not just actually about the specific call. So I would recommend everybody who's interested in anything in Digital Europe or any other sections to look at, to play with the CEDIA, because it allows you to move around and ask questions and pull off information. If you pull off that call, and I don't know, as I look at initially at this, this is European Digital Identity and Trust Ecosystem Standards and Sample Implementation. I have no idea what that actually means just on that point, but when I then look into it, if I pull up the call, I can then read and say, well, what does it actually say within that? And you can then get the information you need. And just looking at this time scale of when applications, yeah, the fourth set of calls for work package for the work program of 23-24 actually have a deadline taking it into 2025. So there will be some more calls that will be coming along early in 25. So just keep watching this space basically and seeing what's available. But it gives you the deadline in terms of when it opens, what's the deadline for submission. So some of the last ones from Q4 will be submitted in Q4. Evaluation will be in Q1 of 2025. Information to applicants will be in Q1 of 2025. And then the signature contracts will be Q3 or Q4 of 25. So you can see that a call that you submit potentially within the last quarter of this year, so between September and December, you might not be signing the contracts until 6 to 9 months beyond that, which is normal for things like Horizon projects, but for businesses who are doing stuff, and for the fast-moving way that digital's driving things, it's quite a long time for that processing. So the question this morning about partnering, and there's a whole load of opportunities. So, and that CEDIA portal, I think it was the same one I was looking at in terms of engaging the ecosystem one. So there were, if you looked back at that page, you would have seen there were 5 people there offering support. There was nobody asking for support, only offering support. So these were things like, a Turkish organization, a German organization, Romanian organization. And what people have the opportunity, so if you want to be known as the AI man for everybody, you could offer your support. You could put up something on there and say, if you need an AI man, you know, I'm your man, sort of thing. There's a process to it, but it's worth sometimes, if you're not in a partnership, getting into a partnership by offering your services. The downside, I'd say, from that point of view, I've used this service. I've used it to get a partner once for a project. It was a good partner. It worked well. I was happy with it. When I look sometimes at the people who are in this, I see a lot of consultancies looking for opportunities, and they're not really offering too much. They're offering their services, and so yeah, it's something you have to balance in terms of whether it's a route to go down to put your services on, or it's whether you're also going to, you know, is this Turkish one any good? Could we bring them into a project? If you're short of somebody, sometimes it's good. And if you want to get the geographical spread, so we want to cover, you know, east and west, north and south. We want to cover old and new. We want to cover countries outside. Then it's maybe worth looking at it. But when it comes to looking at the whole application process, it's important to sort of think about, let's start with yourself, you know, look in the mirror. What are your strengths? What and where are your connections and networks? What are the challenges that collaborative working would assist? So, you know, important to do that internal thing first and foremost. And there are tools to do that. You know, I think the age-old SWOT analysis is quite important, just to look at that. But it also, you need to look at it from the point of view of any single application. You know, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are the gaps? Who do you know? Who have you collaborated with in the past? So, second bit then really is about, you know, self-assessment of relevant skills. Check against the core topic scope and expected impacts for a good fit. So, you know, the process, I think, in terms of looking at the call and looking at the concept that you build up allows you to say, well, okay, in order to deliver this, we need X, Y, Z skills. It could be that you need the same skills by a number of people because you need a geographic spread. So it could be that you need people, you need each partner that you have in there to do the needs analysis, and do you need to cover the whole 27 countries, and what is it? So it's looking at all of those things in terms of what's the spread, what's the role. But it could be that you do need somebody who has specific skills. That might be bringing in somebody who's an expert in gender equality and stuff, because you don't have those skills within the team, and about how you're addressing the gender equality issue from a digital point of view. So it's the different types of skills you might need, and that should come from looking at your application, your concept note based on the call. So important that you go through those phases. And this might be like sort of teaching granny to suck eggs, but it's actually amazing how people don't go through that whole process of looking for the right bodies and looking for who they could have. What does a good partner look like? Well, they jump around and they're very enthusiastic and they're committed. As somebody who's delivered European projects over, say, 25 years, I've often used to use things like some of the small Erasmus Plus programs to get to know new people and to get to know whether I would work with them again. And there are some people I've worked with for 15, 20 years and would work with them again, would always work with them again. But it's like you get into a marriage in this. You know, you don't quite sign the sort of the prenup or anything, but you do sign a consortium agreement, and so you need to know that you can work together with people. And sometimes that's because they bring something. But I've written applications for people, and I've said to the lead applicant, I really struggle to see how you're going to deliver this if it's successful, because the lack of input from partners in the writing process, in the pulling everything together process, just the lack of interest from people, just, you know, really concerns me. But I think it's really important that you think through that whole process. And part of that, I think, lies with lead applicants in terms of making sure they get people to get them involved. And that's not just saying to them, here's an application, we just need you to sign up to it, but actually getting them to feel that they're empowered and that they're involved with it. So, yeah, look at the called topic, sectors and disciplines, expertise needed, what experience you'll need as a coordinator, if you're going to be the coordinator or lead applicant, what expert do you have in this in any particular area. Not everyone needs to have the same size role, and some people do think that it should just be spread out, and that, you know, there's €1 million, we've got 5 partners, that's €200,000 each. That doesn't just always follow that way. But each partner should have a clear and defined purpose, and they should know what that clear and defined purpose is. And having a good balance of countries and type of organisation and gender representation is really important. So if it's a group of 7 universities and they've all got rectors who are male and middle-aged, and you know, it's trying to get a balance of people from different areas and different roles and things. And yeah, what constitutes a winning consortium? Obviously, there is I suppose if you're putting an application in, there's what's the winning consortium that will actually look good to the evaluators. And that is about showing the necessary skills and expertise within the team. But that also needs to be the same team that delivers. So it is important that that they will deliver the expected, as a team will deliver the expected outcomes and impact within the stated scope and budget, and gives the evaluators confidence that you can deliver that. So they do, in terms of the implementation, it's not just in the implementation, it's not just a work plan, but it is the skills and expertise of the people within the team to deliver. I mentioned before about other types of partners you might want to consider. So you might want to include exploitation partners. So who will take whatever you're delivering and actually deliver it beyond the life of the project. So, which is the same for Digital Europe as it is for Horizon Europe. So it is about exploitation. So that could involve having the private sector in there who can exploit things, who can deliver things big scale, but it could also be other teams. It could be the public sector, because you need them because they'll actually exploit it across the public sector. So there's no typical model consortium structure. Universities, big business, small business, research and technology, consultancies, local authorities, national authorities, all within one consortium. And sometimes, because, well, some of the Digital Europe ones, they do sort of say that this needs to be 5 national authorities or organisations representing them. So if a private consultancy can do the work and be representative of the public sector body, that is acceptable in that grouping sort of thing. And I mentioned it's also useful to include the end user community. You can use them as an advisory board. Good to have an advisory board. It shows that you are looking at things and having a quality control mechanism from an advisory board that is extra and additional to what you have. They're not direct beneficiaries, they are associate partners, but they will be able to, in other costs, you can cover costs of things like travel and etc. So, start with who you know. So, very useful to just look at that in the first phase. Who you've worked with before or know with suitable expertise. ask your networks to ask their networks for the information. It is a small world, and there are people who will say, I worked with this company in Spain who were superb, they were brilliant at AI, did all this sort of modeling and stuff. Opens up doors. Engage effectively at networking events. So events like this, obviously, opportunity to talk to other people. And actually, there may well be some projects that could be coming up that might need sort of the disciplines of members within this. And so, you know, talking together is really important. Yeah, if you stopped during COVID going to events, a lot of events online. The EU run events all the time. If you go on the events page, there's only usually ever one open at any one point, but they're on there and it's possible. But it is important to look at opportunities to network and look at the partnership opportunities. There are some limited travel grants available for some projects, but obviously, if you're trying to do one before the 29th of May, you probably haven't got the time to travel somewhere. So looking at projects that have been successful in the past, and CODIS is mainly Horizon Europe. There is some of the old digital programs in there. I had a look to try and get some idea, putting in terms like Digital Europe and stuff. But CODIS is there and allows you to see what's gone on in the past, and but not only that, who's the coordinator and project partners were in these. So it's important to try and look at those sources to see whether you can then contact them. So CODIS has a lot of information. It's a massive sort of area, but it's really useful to look at, and yep, I would recommend it. Brokerage events. There's a massive amount of different brokerage events in different areas. It's pulled out some here and around Net for Society and Green Net, Set Partnership. So a lot of, I looked at some of these individually and sort of like, you know, I think if you get, there's a wide range of different networks that you could be involved in, and some of them have grants, some of them offer information, some of them have, you know, data repositories, but many of them will give you the opportunity to talk to people and have a database of people. So well worth looking in some of these sites, because there's a vast number out there. Contact points, national contact points. Amazing things, national contact points. Obviously, there are national contact points for many things. There's national contact points for Digital Europe. And thinking through this whole process in terms of who can you speak to if you've identified that you want partners in Spain, Portugal, and Greece, you know, speak to the contact the national contact points in these areas, because they will have access to people that you could be. They can forward on your concept note to people. They can say, well, we'd look at these ones and maybe. So definitely worth. They do informing and awareness raising, assisting, advising and training, and signposting and cooperation. And they put on events like this, so you know it's very good. And I don't think people use national contact points enough. That's my opinion. I'm prepared to be shouted down. Yeah, there's a whole load of stuff around information days and brokerage events, joining stakeholder groups that feed into Digital Europe. You could become an evaluator, so there's an opportunity to become an evaluator, work as an expert. There's a way to. Part of my track record was I evaluated European Social Fund applications in Scotland for many years. That gave me an insight into who was applying, what they were applying for, what was good, what was bad, what was downright ugly, and it gave me it widened my network, but it also gave me a lot of insight and experience. So, being an evaluator might be something. And then there's a whole load of stuff around social media. So the LinkedIn groups for many Digital Europe and Digital Europe funding areas. So it's worth looking through LinkedIn and having a play with that and other social media. I suppose the business focus of LinkedIn does give it a bit more credibility than, say, Facebook groups. So looking at applying now, okay, the whole process. So in order to, there's a 5-step on, I think on Horizon Europe, which talks about the fact you need to register. So you need to be registered, you need to have an EU login, you need to have a PIC number, and that's the very essential first step of that. And then you need to find the calls you want to go to. If you've been using any of the different funding areas, you'll know that it's exactly the same Digital Europe. You apply via SEDIA, by the Single Electronic Data Interchange, and that breaks into 2 areas, Part A and Part B. The Part A is online; it's included in the portal, and that, if you go into the section on it, it allows you to look at the budget and enter figures for the budget. It allows you to look at the partners, enter data for the partners, and it will also have areas like security and ethical issues and questions to answer. But the big thing is Part B, which allows you to upload Part B and potentially Part C if they have asked for a budget, and any other additional items, and we'll talk about some of those. But it's a starting point, and there'll be all the appendages you need to add in as appendices. So I mentioned in Horizon Europe, the 3 sections are excellence, impact, and implementation. In Digital Europe, it's relevance, implementation, and impact. You need to read the call, ensure eligibility, read the policies the call's based on, ensure alignment with objectives described in the call for proposals. And then generally you might have only 50 pages to answer the questions, which if you spend a lot of time in your work plan and put a lot of space in your work plan, and also if you have a lot of partners, you're going to take up a lot of space in those areas. But it's important that you do fit with the 50 pages. The application cuts off. So if it says 50 pages and you submit an application of 70 pages, the last 20 pages will be cut off. So you can have some really good stuff in those last 20 pages. So it's important that you do fit with the requirements. The call will tell you what it is. Very often it's the same application form, and sometimes it'll say it might 70 pages unless the call says differently. But the calls do tell you how much the pages are, and it's a bit that just challenge the brain. Valuing your consortium and team members is important. They look for that in the body of the text rather than additional CVs. Consider whether letters of support would be useful, and they may well be. So sometimes actually having letters of support adds value. Consider the value of lobbying. Is it worth lobbying in Brussels to get your partnership successful? And budget forms generally not provided within the Part B templates. They often tell you where to get them if you need them. There are some standard ones, and they're usually in the bit that's in there. But your application form will, and the actual call will tell you whether CVs are expected, whether past projects are expected, whether anything else is expected, whether a budget is expected. And there may be other documents. So one of the documents under the cybersecurity was an ownership control document. And this is because they want to know, I suppose, where the money's going. Because you could be a small digital company in Lithuania, but you're owned by an Israeli company, for instance. So that the money is basically going on, you know, so they want to know that. So that's why they do these ownership control documents. They're not applicable for public bodies and for universities, but they are applicable for SMEs. And if they don't ask for them as part of the upload part, they will ask for them as part of the, when you're successful, they want to see them all. So it's a control mechanism, and good, I think, from many points. So this shows you inside a digital Europe application, and you can see the bits in terms of the forms that you can edit, and then the uploads that it expects. So part B, list of previous projects and other. Where there's an asterisk against it, they're mandatory. You have to upload against those ones. Where there's no asterisks, then they're not mandatory. So you do or you don't. You make that judgment call. What I'm looking at the moment doesn't expect a list of previous projects, and yet it's sort of showing there that it is sort of thing. So yeah, it's just understanding. And again, once you've registered and once you have your ECAS and your PIC code, you can go in and play with something like this. You can actually start to say you want to start one, and you can always come out of it, because I wouldn't recommend doing too much in it, because you'll probably get a bad reputation. But anyway, that's inside, and it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. And this is, I suppose, the start of the bones of the 50 pages that's required for an application. So you can see from the table of contents that it tells you the sections in terms of a cover page, the project summary, the relevance, implementation, impact, and work plan, which is part of the implementation, but it's separated out. And then any other sections. So you start off with the project summary, and the project summary is the same as will go in part A, and there's a character limitation on that. So it's basically a paragraph which describes the project, and it's the same as appears in part A. You would put into this. The other thing with the document that you're submitting under part B is that it at no point should it. At no point should you interfere with any of the formatting of it. You can change some parts in terms of making your work plan and your work packages landscape rather than portrait, but they ask you not to make changes. They ask you not to remove bits like there's some formatting in there so that they can look up codes under each section, and they ask you not to do any of those things. They tell you basically that, and it does vary, but generally under Horizon and under Digital Europe, everything should be Arial size 9 minimum, and the formatting of the document should be 15 millimeters around the edges. So getting that set up at the start, and this application, although it is one application, it's got 3 parts to it, so you need to do the formatting of each 3 sections. So you're set with that in terms of it can't be less than Arial size 9, and you can obviously do things in terms of whether your paragraphs have 6 points before and 6 points after, or no points before and no points after. It's about getting it on the page, but it is also about how you break it up and make it look good, so it's important that you do that. But anyway, the first part is the relevance, and this is the objectives and activities, the contribution to long-term policy objectives, policies and strategies, the synergies, digital technology supply chain, and financial obstacles. So one of the financial obstacles is that if you get a simple grant, that can you do it on 50% funding? That could be an obstacle, but obviously if you decide to go ahead and do it, you need to tell them why it's not an obstacle. But this is your whole needs analysis and state of the art. What else is happening out there? Where does this fit into it? What's happening out in the rest of Europe and other parts of the world? How can you fit in against that? So it's that. So this in Horizon Europe would be excellence, but it's relevance. I think it's probably a better description because it is the relevance. How relevance? Well, after you've set your objectives, which are based on the call and based on the research you've done to date. What else is happening that is influencing all that? So there'll be some of the other platforms that are on offer in other areas will potentially be potentially have an impact on some of the things. And then just thinking about the digital supply chain, where does this fit in and who else are the players in all this? So that's the important, I'd say that's a third of your marks for 4 paragraphs, for 4 boxes. Quite easily done really, I suppose. Second section, implementation. So this is maturity. So what's the maturity of the market that you're working in? What's the maturity of the digital situation? What's the implementation plan and efficient use of resources? This is your description of what you're planning to do. So it's a description of what your work plan will actually deliver further down. But it is at that sort of, we will do this in various stages. Stage 1 will do this, stage 2 will do that, stage 3. So it's actually how the program you're planning will be delivered. Project management, quality assurance, and monitoring and evaluation. So anybody who's done any applications will probably have some pretty standard text for that. But I think it's important that it has that from the digital point of view rather than, say, Horizon. But that is very much about, how do you operate as a team? How are you going to work? How are you going to manage the project? What's the role of the coordinator? And where does it all fit together in all that? Cost effectiveness and financial management. So this is where you will talk about how you've worked your budget out, how it all looks, and what's what do you need money for? What can you do with it? What can you not do with it? And are there opportunities in things like maybe co-opting people from other organisations into it? So it's when you come around to doing this and you see, and anybody who does write them and wants somebody to review and give a evaluation, I can do that. So then, still within that, it's the critical risks and risk management strategy. So again, probably most organizations will have risk assessments, will have, the risk number, the risk name, what the impact is and what the likelihood is. And again, some parts of this, so one of the common ones you would put in, would be, I suppose we wouldn't have done this in the years gone by, but if something like COVID reappeared, how would we respond? What would the impact be of that, and what measures could we put in place? If something else like the Russian invasion of Ukraine happened again, what impact would that have, and what the likelihood but it's also looking very much in terms of when you're delivering, if you can't get access to end users, how can you prove whether the digital solution works? And it's all the different stages looking at that. If you're looking at 10, 12 possibly more risks, but it's, again, pretty logical risks. And there'll be things you probably have anyway in your organization. The next bit is about capacity. So that's about the consortium breakdown. So generally, this is where you would describe the consortium, who's in it, what the expertise is, what the background is. Again, trying to keep it as small and as short as possible. And then you've got the project teams and staff. So really important, again, that this isn't just waffle. You know, this is Professor so-and-so, and you know, at a very early age, he got a swimming medal when he was 11, and it's about, you know, what's this in relation to the application, what's the skills and expertise of the people, what's their experience, and if there are qualifications that backs it up, but I think experience is probably so if you're doing it on academic research, a lot of it would be based on what papers people have published and what work they've done. But in terms of digital stuff, I think a lot of this is in terms of the type of work that's been carried out and the experience to get to where you are. And yeah, any outside resources, would you be bringing anybody in from outside that you need? Again, you can explain that there. We would need to subcontract because we need somebody with AI experience, and that we need to do this, we need to do that. A lot of times people just put that as not applicable. We have the resources in-house, but don't miss out on the opportunity to. And then consortium management and decision-making, if applicable. So again, this is, you know, how you manage a consortium. And it's, again, pretty standard text that you would get from probably many applications in terms of the process of, we'll have consortium meetings, you know, every week online, every 3 months we'll meet in person. You know, we'll use these tools, we'll use, you know, different forms of tools to deliver all that, and Teams meetings weekly, meeting face-to-face, say, regularly. So that's the second section, which is the implementation. And then the next bit is about the impact. So what's the expected outcomes and deliverables? So it's really important to look at that. And yeah, I've suggested you can look at some sort of forms of output mapping and stuff. I think I did. So yeah, dissemination and communication, the project. So generally, most Horizon Europe would have a dissemination, communication, and exploitation. They don't really look for that in Digital Europe. They look for dissemination and communication. Communication, obviously, regular communication throughout the life. Dissemination is what is at periodic points when you deliver something. If you develop a prototype, you would disseminate that. If you carry out some research, you disseminate that. But it's just having a clear plan for that. And there are a lot of good plans that you can use out there. You can borrow things from other people. But it's important that that's really well laid out. And then competitiveness and benefits for societies. So yeah, just if you take the topic of the project of the call, and you add in those words, what is the competitiveness and benefits for society, and you put that into ChatGPT, you get an answer that tells you some really key things that would be a good starting point. And I would recommend people use things like AI to generate don't put in answers that are based on ChatGPT, because their evaluators are being told to look for ChatGPT and other forms of AI. But use it as a basis, because it gives you the pointers to think about, what are the benefits that for society that will come out of this project. So yeah, just use the tools that are available, well worth having. So yeah, that's that section really, and the fourth section, which is about the work plan. So the work plan, again, this is not great because of the fact that it gives you they give you a lot of text that is really unnecessary, but you're not allowed to delete it. So you've got to keep all that text that's in grey because it's they want everybody to be bidding on the same basis. So if you take it out and somebody else doesn't, then so you've got a lot of wasted space. But it does give you this whole description, and then it takes you into the work packages, and online in part B they give you just one work package, and you have to copy and paste that to get other ones if you decide to do more. But it breaks it down. It's pretty logical in terms of what are the tasks, what are the milestones, what are the deliverables. It gives you key areas in terms of, okay, with deliverables, are they, is it a report, is it a document, is it a demonstration, is it a pilot, and is the information that's being presented, is it going to be public or sensitive or whatever? So you've got these, you're given all these, and delete all the bits that's not applicable because otherwise it takes a lot of space. And then there's a section for budget at the bottom which allows you to break it down in partner by partner, and whether it's the costs in terms of personnel costs, subcontracting costs, and the rest. But it's all in there. So it's hand typed in. So it's not an Excel document. You can't just run formulas on it. You've got it all laid out for you. But it's a bit that can take up a lot of space, the work plan and work packages. Try and keep it as little as possible. The other bit I would say that is the milestones and deliverables that come from your work packages go into your model grant agreement, and they're what you have to report upon. So if you put lots and lots in there, you have a lot of reporting to do. If you don't put too much in there, and generally people like to sort of suggest that you should only have one milestone and one deliverable per work package, but reality is that I've never got down to that. Usually 2 to 3 is about the norm sort of thing. But that is part of your model grant agreement, and it's what you're going to report on. So it is about trying to get that as simplistic and clean as possible. That was that. I mentioned about that, the risk and risk management. You see the sort of idea of so relevant section. Excellent. The relevant section is the first that the reviewers read. So that's the bit where you're going to hit evaluators, get your relevant section really spot on, because that's where they start. Read the call text carefully and adapt your text to the program, the requirements. Clearly state your vision, the approach, and the expected impact. Explain how your project goes beyond the state of the art, and show that you're interconnected in the research community, or the digital community. Useful to break up text, to use headings, bullets, different colours if you want, not too many. And graphics are really important. Graphics, if you can show a description of something in a graphical format, it takes a lot less space, but it clearly shows what it's about. So, if you're an evaluator and you're reading 37 applications, and they're repeating themselves over things, the ones that stand out are the ones that will score best. And so, it is just the way people work. So, yeah, it's important to look at that first section, the relevance, and determine the appropriate objectives. So the first objective, you need to have a large overarching goal, and then there are subordinate specific objectives described in the relevance section. Read the call text that match in with those relevance objectives. And then thinking about the topic in terms of 3 levels of the call: the topic text, the destination under which the selected topic is published, and the strategic plan. So that's why you doing your homework's really important. What is the strategic plan? What is the relevance of the destination? That's the grouping of the calls. What are the precise objectives of the call and expected outcomes? It's the bit that probably, you know, the starting point should always say, you know, about what the program's about, but it has to very clearly define your overarching objective of what you're going to be delivering within this call and any subordinate objectives, because that is very clear to evaluators, and they expect to see that there. So spend a bit of time just honing the objectives and making sure they are objectives, that they are smart, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. Yeah, so thinking about your objectives, you know, what's the vision? What do I want to achieve concretely? What approach do I choose? What do I need to achieve in the project to serve the scope and achieve the expected long-term? Think the project from back to front. Start from the expected impact. So in order to deliver this, what do I need to get to there? So, you know, that feeds the way back into your objectives. Which target groups must be addressed in order to realise the impact? What does the target group need to realise the impact? What of it is missing? What results do you need to deliver? And the guiding principle is, what do I want to achieve? What do I need to achieve to enable the expected outcome of the topic? Not what do I want to do. The objectives is not the work plan or a list. So again, people do get bogged down sometimes in repeating the same information over and over again, and it is very much about it's about what do I need to do to achieve the expected outcome of the topic. Set goals. So your goals should be smart, specific and concrete, measurable, attractive and accessible. Many people also use achievable, realistic, which might also be achievable, and time bound. So it's important that, again, understanding how people read objectives, that the objectives need to be more than just, we're going to do so-and-so. It's we're going to do so-and-so by so-and-so, which will achieve so-and-so for so-and-so. And so it's that sort of the plus, plus, plus. And when you're writing proposal, evaluate your target audience. So remember that, okay, your target audience through the project are going to be certain people. The end product is going to be for certain people, but to be successful and to have the project awarded, your target audience is the evaluators. So they need to be convinced. And so just a suggestion here in terms of first chapter, brief introduction that clearly states the problem, the relevance of the problem, the concept, and the proposed solution. From this, the vision or overall objective can be derived, and then the overall objective leads to specific project objectives, and the project objectives are derived from the topic text. So just getting that section right, breaking it into those areas, And you've got to achieve, obviously, within the project duration. Have people outside your field read your proposal, send it to your national contact point. They can give you advice. They'll give you confidential and free feedback on any aspect that needs to be improved. How does it go beyond state of the art? So it's important that it's, especially in digital, which is fast moving and fast paced. What's new, revolutionary, or breathtaking, or breakthrough? What does it particularly advance current knowledge and methodology? Are you developing new methodologies? What's the advantage over the state of the art and standards, solutions or products that already exist? What's particularly challenging? Technological, organizational. Do you have freedom to operate? Can you start immediately, or are there any restrictions? Freedom to operate immediately, obviously waiting for the fact that it's going to take you 6 months to get a successful conclusion, and then another 3 months at least to get the grant agreement signed. So what are the advantages of your innovation? Describe the advantages of the solution, benefits, price, lifetime, who else can benefit. Consider intellectual property. There's a whole load of stuff in Europe on intellectual property, so getting good advice is really important. But they clearly lay out in many of the calls how they see the intellectual property, and it's not theirs. It's not Europe's. It's yours. And if you need to do things like patenting, the costs are eligible for reimbursement. So if you need to do any of that sort of work, it's there, part of it. Where does your project fit in the value chain? So that's a clear question within the application. Where are we now? What's the state of the art? How mature is your idea? How far will you get in the project? A lot of projects rely on technology readiness levels, and that could be 6, 7. I think in most cases in digital Europe, they don't actually say what technology readiness level they are. And certainly if it's a CSA 100% funded, there will be none of that anyway. It'll be so low level. The methodology in the relevant section, what to write here. What's the big idea behind the proposal, and how do you get from the big idea concept to your results? How do you achieve the targeted objectives? So it's writing. It's words, but it is all about saying, we started with this concept. It's going to result in this. How do we get from here to there? Simple. How will you connect it in the research or in digital community? What projects on this topic already exist? Do you have contacts in these initiatives? Do you have access to results? Just, again, digging, more digging. How did you put your consortium together? So again, part of that, the question in terms of so who are the partners? How did you put them together? The EU expects interdisciplinary consortia, so you don't want everybody all of the same thing, all delivering the same thing. What disciplines are relevant? Whom do you need to involve? There's other people you need to bring in. Do you need non-academic stakeholders involved? End users, farmers, consumers, policymakers, industry, society, represented by industry groups, patients represented by patient associations, etc. So thinking about that whole link of who else could be in it. And then the impact section, how to optimize the impact section. So as mentioned, all three are really important. They all carry the same weight. But I think in terms of what you are proposing, you tell people at the start what it is you're going to deliver. The impacts have to show how that really does pan out and how you do deliver on that. So think of the big picture, be market oriented, add KPIs, so it's important to use key performance indicators throughout the impact section. Yeah, I suppose, have you ever wondered what the EU is looking for in funding projects? Well, they'll have a direct and concrete impact on the European citizens. This is even more true in digital Europe, I think. Competition for EU funding is very strong. Remember, only a perfect proposal can be funded. Make the difference by writing an outstanding impact section. Avoid a common mistake. The impact of the project is not the results of the project. So, results is what you will deliver, but it's not the impact. The impact is what changes in people's lives as a result of what you do, or what changes in society, or in projects about what you do. So the impact is bigger than the result. A lot of people get bogged down in the result part of it, but it's all about the impact. So ask yourself, what is the value your project will bring? As I said, in that section, if you put in that, what's the impact of X, Y, Z to society, and you put it into ChatGPT, it will give you a good starting point to think through some of the areas you want. But you'll already have many of the ideas anyway, but it gives you a little bit of a focus. So in the impact, you're looking at demonstrating how your projects align with the Digital Europe strategy. Often applicants will simply list the expected impacts of the call description. I think a table that shows the impacts, shows outputs short-term, impacts medium-term, and outcomes long-term is a really useful way of showing it. I think a table really does show that. You list all the areas and you list how those will pan out over that. So, often the outcomes of projects happen after the life of the project. And so, or life of the funding of the project. So if you take a Digital Europe program that's funding for 12 months, the outcomes are not going to be noticed until 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And the same with any other thing. There'll be some immediate things. If you take something like a digital skills program that you're looking to develop, there'll be some immediate results. You will say, we trained 100 million people, immediate results. But then what is the impact and outputs of those? So, an outcome, those, because, okay, training people, having 100 people turn up is one thing, but actually, did that have an impact in terms of how digital is playing out in their communities, in their cities, and is it impacting as well into and how cybersecurity being addressed as a result of people having that skills and expertise and greater knowledge. So a table that shows that sort of short-term, medium-term, long-term, and they're not going to judge you on the aspect. I mean, I think if I said 100 million people being trained in digital, it'd be a bit stupid. But if you say 10 million, nobody will question that. And if you then pan that out across the sort of other areas, it's a good way of describing stuff. So yeah, just think of all the things as well. So there's obviously some things like you're looking at the scientific impact and societal impact, but yeah, what are the impacts? A digital program in health. What are going to be the digital impacts in terms of quality of life, health, safety, these sort of things. It's try and think wide and broad, and nobody will, an evaluator will not mark you down for being a bit, perhaps a bit cocky and a bit sort of, because many of these longer term outcomes, as I say, will not happen till year 3 and you've already finished funded. So, yeah, so, mention scientific, socioeconomic, thinking of job creation, what's going to be the job creation and growth, what new exploitable products will be available, clearly identify end users, people who take advantage of results, give an overview of the market you're targeting, add end users or future consumers and customers, determine a quantified target for each of these areas in terms of short-term outputs, medium-term impacts, long-term outcomes, really important. Measures to maximise impact, what are you actually going to do? So you need to talk about how you're going to do that and how you're going to communicate that, how you're going to tell people about the stuff that's done. And so communication and dissemination, and really important parts of this, and having a good communication dissemination plan is vital. Again, within the confines of the 50 pages of your application. But one of the things you're going to probably do in every application is do some stakeholder awareness mapping or something. Do a workshop on stakeholder awareness, knowing who the stakeholders are and the whole approach to those. So that's going to be part of your communication plan. If you know, it's not just about saying we're going to write 10 journal articles and we're going to send out 12 newsletters and we're going to have a website. You know, who are the stakeholders? How are you going to map them? Be aware of them, and how are you going to contact them and deal with them? So it's that whole communication plan is really important. Yeah, measures to maintain impact. So think about dissemination exploitation plan, how you'll make sure your results will be used by your target audience. You need to have that plan. You need to explain the measures. Who are the stakeholders? Which media will you use? What will be the dissemination activities? How will these activities support the impacts? What's your exploitable results? So I've written lots of applications. I have a number of these, and I can tailor what I need by looking at the, you know. But just developing one. Once you develop one, you can reuse it. It's, you know, that's the whole beauty of any of these applications is once you've written the one application, you know what people are looking for, you know how to go about delivering it. So, you know, that's why I think the question in terms of do you need a consultant, maybe, maybe not, but you can do all these things. The hardest part's is always the first one. And as a consortium, if you're not going to lead, there will be a consortium lead, and they probably have the expertise and experience of doing it anyway. So, but you should learn from other people and see successful applications and get an idea. How you ensure results meet the end user's needs, be precise, be sure to adapt dissemination. If you do anything in terms of gathering and sharing data, you know, often there'll be an open data requirement in this. You need to make sure that it's using the FAIR principles of findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. How will you share the consortium's activities? Yeah, it's just planning the documents, and once you've done it, so when we run through Combat Consulting, we run twice monthly workshops, and we will often actually bring in examples of good communication and dissemination plans that we've come across over the years and that have been used in projects that we can share once we've redacted sort of the names, removed the innocent people from it. So there's a lot of stuff out there, and it's not wrong to reuse good information from people. So don't feel that you're totally out on your own when it comes to these things. And you have to give answers to, in that communication part is like, you know, what are your objectives and message? What audience are you targeting? How do you reach your audience? The impact section describes the way you'll maximize the impacts during, but also after the project. So show through reviews you've already thought what will happen at the end of the project, who will be in charge of the communication. Just even, you know, keeping a website running for the next 3 years or whatever is really an important factor. And you need to build those costs into the costs of the project. Yeah. Add companies to your consortium. So just a template of a fast-track impact planning template. Just you can use this in terms of a grid and the target and the and what, you know, that approach. If you use something like this, it again it can be very useful for applications because you can put stuff into an impact planning template that is easy to read and isn't 2 pages of text. It's very simple and but it contains the same information, so it's good from the reader's point of view, the evaluator's point of view. So then implementation section, work packages. Yeah, the work packages are important during the implementation, evaluation phase, but also the execution phase. So you write work packages based on, in an ideal world, you'd write down all the activities that need to be delivered in a project, and then you'd break that into work packages. The reality is you probably start the other way around and you write your work packages, then you slot things in, but ideally, and so it's usual that you start with project management and coordination. That's work package 1. And you usually end up with communication dissemination. And the bits in the middle are the real bits, the meaty bits. But actually, if you listed all the activities that are needed and you take them, you can slot them into the work packages, in the right work packages, in the right sections. So it's really useful. The work packages show to an evaluator that you've got a logical model through this and that you're covering things. They don't read everything, but they do look at these and they sort of see that you have objectives for each of the work packages, that you have tasks and milestones and deliverables, and yeah, the work packages are there to get the project successful. When you come to deliver it, you don't have to do any of this. You can do whatever you want, but actually if you've got good work packages presented and it's logical, they will become your time plan through your whole, and they become the tasks, activities become your work, become your Gantt chart. So you use them as that deliverable of time throughout the whole project. So yeah, I think, you know, the most important thing for most people is getting projects awarded. So they have to be good from that point of view. You don't necessarily have to use them in delivery, but it makes sense. And it is about getting them right, because they will save you a lot of time through your projects if you get them all right. Work packages in Digital Europe derive from the concept. So big picture, I think it's pretty much what I just was saying, really. Linking the work packages to the project objectives and concepts. So again, you start off at the top of your application in the first section in the relevance, describing your objectives. The objectives and the work packages should tie back into that. So they should be clearly show why this piece of work that you do, this needs analysis, this research that you do in work package 2 ties back into the overall objectives, because again, that evaluators are taught to read that and look at that sort of stuff. So it's really important. Very often in an application in the work plan part, I'll put in a PERT chart, so you see the connectivity between the different work packages, rather than it just being these are the work packages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and maybe they're in blocks and they all look. But actually, a PERT chart shows that sort of critical path through them and how they all work together. So again, people like diagrams, are really useful. Yeah, needs to be a clear, unified voice. So again, as I said, you might have 5 work packages. You give 5 people, you write 1, you write 2, you write 4. It doesn't work if you do that, and it does work. It gives you the starting point, but somebody has to go through and give it one voice and make it look like the same person wrote them all. Because again, evaluators look at it and go, this is all over the shop, and and this one has a massive number of tasks in it. This one has 3 tasks in it. Surely this is a bigger one. It should have more tasks, and so it's important that somebody has an overarching view of it and looks at it. A single unified voice. And you need to represent collaborative work in the work packages, so that there's. It's important that partners work together, they're seen to work together. Not good to have one partner in a work package. You may do that in work package 1, coordination and management. But generally, you want more people working together, because this is collaborative funding. It's working to fund people across Europe. So if it was just one organisation working in all areas, it wouldn't work. And if it's one organisation just doing this bit and one organisation doing that bit, does it need to be a Digital Europe programme? So yeah, spreading stuff out. So there'll be stuff where a lot of the ones we described in terms of where the money is this morning, will work on the basis that there'll be 3 or 4 partners working in different areas. There may well be just one person who's specialist in certain parts. There will be one partner who's specialist in the gender equality angle of it all. But you need that to show the collaborative effect of it all as best you can. Yeah, so demonstrate the collaborative effects present in each work package. Link the work plan to the profiles of the partners. So again, that whole thing in terms of that section on the partners, if partner 1 is very big in terms of work packages 2 and 3, make sure that that's reflected in the description of, so if the description of work package of the partner 1 is that they're very good at communication dissemination, and yet they're not doing any work in that area, then what's the point in showing that? So show where their background is in certain areas and show their expertise in those areas. So linkages between the work, it's just that, I suppose, the dotting I's and crossing T's of any application. Yeah, and the work packages are the primary budget justification. So the evaluators aren't there to score you and say, if you applied for 3 million euros, they're not there to say you don't deserve 3 million euros. What they will feed back on is there's a heavy amount of money in work package 1 and 7, say, and which is really not really relevant because it's about management and coordination and about dissemination and communication. They'll say if they feel there's a wrong mix in terms of partners and what funding they're receiving, and they will say that it doesn't look like the partners could deliver work package 3 on the budget that's allocated for work package 3 because they don't think there's enough. It's not the money's not there to justify the sort of work that's expected. So they will feed back on that. So a lot of this is rule of thumb. A lot of this is sort of saying, well, you know, these are the chunky work packages. They need more money in them. These are the less chunky ones. But it's having a critical eye on the application when you come to submit that it does spread across, and that you don't spend a lot of money on a particular work package that actually you know that Europe's not going to be too happy about, and they would rather you spent money on their money on this, this, and this. So again, just that important part of it. So the budget's going to appear as a box, as a table in Word. So they'll see it against each work package, and they'll see it against all the different levels, whether it's personnel costs, whatever. So I suppose common mistakes in preparing proposals. Why this, why now? It's not aligned with the focus of the call, not innovative enough. And I put these down just as areas to think about in terms of when you are writing something. You know, is it innovative enough? Does it align with the call? The specific problem you're addressing is not described clearly and aligned with the outcomes you expect from the project. The urgency for addressing the problem is not clear. There isn't a strong impact beyond the project finish and beyond the project consortium. There's no clear primary aim or sub-aims described, the lack of connection between the aims and the activities. Method or approach described in the project isn't likely to get the outcome desired. So again, evaluators look at this and go, okay, these are what you say your impacts will be. This is what you say you're going to do. We don't believe that could achieve that. And they're not, you know, they are experts in their field. They will have some biases because they're evaluators. They come with baggage. The beauty of having a mix of evaluators is you get consensus across them all. But it's important that they are because they're looking at these sort of things and saying, is the method or approach described in the project likely to get the outcome desired? You don't get a chance to go back at this point. You've written it, it's scored. You get a chance to go back 12 months' time when you rewrite it, but it's some of these questions need to be sort of, asked of yourself, does our method work, is the timeline right, does it allow sufficient time to do things? Project challenging but isn't feasible in time or budget, adequate quality measures and processes are not in place. It's one I think I'm sort of conscious of and guilty of sometimes is not spending enough time on the quality assurance part, and I think that's really quite important. I mentioned that before, that the finance requested doesn't match the workload in the different work packages. So, yeah, why you, not the right mix of partners, amount of partners, expertise. Again, you just look at that in terms of making sure you get it right. Not the right geographic spread. Not having someone dedicated to managing the process of creating the proposal. That's not having a small team of drafters to keep consistency in the proposal. Not by having the financials done by somebody experienced in the call. And then writing errors, not responding to the questions or the points requested in the call. The language of your proposal does not match that of the call. So you might talk about something and they're actually asking about something else. And one of the common ones is that people use 3 or 4 different ways of saying the same thing, and so they'll probably have, we're developing a digital hub, and then they'll call it a digital eco hub, or a digital, they'll use different terms for the same thing, and that does irk evaluators. So just, again, having somebody proof check that you have used the same terminology throughout. So just into the, I think we're into the last section now, award criteria for the call. So proposals are evaluated and scored against the reward criteria. 3 sections, things scored out of 15, threshold of 10. In theory, if you scored 3 10s, you're probably okay, but the likelihood is you're not. So relevance, alignment with the objectives and activities as described in the call for proposals, contribution to long-term policy objectives. So these are all the things that if you've read all the stuff, you know that they're going to meet all those things because we show that contribution. Extent to which the project would reinforce and secure the digital technology supply chain. Extent to which the project can overcome financial obstacles, such as lack of market finance. And so some of these are not applicable to all of them. Implementation, maturity of the project. How mature is it? Is it still a pipe dream, or is it actually ready? Soundness of the implementation plan and efficient use of resources. Capacity of the applicants. So it does come down, that capacity part's really important in terms of who the team are and how they can deliver. And then impact, extent to which the project will achieve the expected outcomes and deliverables, extent to which the project will strengthen competitiveness and bring important benefits for society, extent to which the project addresses. And when I know that these are there, and these are the bits that they score it on, these are the headings they score it on, I will put those headings into an application and say, how does the project blah, blah, blah? Because that then gives me something to, as I'm reviewing it, I can go back and say, okay, have I answered that question? How mature is, what is the maturity of the project? Well, it is very mature because, and we proved it by doing this, this, and this. What is the capacity of the applicants? Well, we've worked together. We've got a lot of experience. We've 20 years experience in AI times 10 people. So 200 years worth of. Just answer that. Put the headings in there because that gives you something to a yardstick to score, to put the answers to it, and then once you put the answers to it, you can review it and say, did I really achieve that? And in theory, if an evaluator is reading through their evaluation sheet, they've got their boxes and scoring and putting little cryptic messages at the end. They will, if these questions are in there, they will have to tick the box that you've answered it. So you're automatically getting a 1 for each of those. The reality is because you've answered it, if you answered it well, you're talking 3 to 4 to 5, depending on how well you've answered it. So it is all about trying to get your points, and because points make prizes, and so in section A, there's a section which is other questions. So this is a question about ethics. There's a majority of them are yes/no questions. You don't have to put any text in as well. But there are bits about, there's an ethics self-assessment. So they ask you to self-assess where you are in terms of ethics. And the same with security and stuff, security self-assessment. So that bit's, if you come to, in fact, you could submit it without doing those self-assessments because they aren't mandatory. But the other parts are mandatory. So if you come to click a validation, it will take you back and say, fill in all these sort of forms. There is an appendix which covers the whole thing. And I mentioned a bit this about foreign controlled entities and stuff. They're really quite concerned, as they should be, about, okay, we know this company, and they've lived and operated in this country for so many years. They were born here, they've lived here, they everything, but actually they're owned by another company from America, from Israel, from wherever. They really want to know who the ownership is. So, as I mentioned, there is a thing called the Ownership Control Declaration, which is applicable in some areas, but not in all. And it's a form. It needs stamped and signed and everything. But if your organization is domiciled here, but you are owned by somebody else, you would need to get them to fill in a part of it. And I don't know what happens if they get them and they don't like what you've written, but it's just a mention. In some things that they don't ask for them. They don't ask for a ownership control declaration. And that's time for questions. Yes.
You mentioned self-assessment. Is it about the self-assessment about the whole company? What kind of questions?
Is that with the ownership control or with the other one?
Oh, that's
Sorry? Oh, your self-assessment. Oh, right. If you're doing self-assessment, yeah, I'd look at the whole company. Yeah, because so often when you get applications from, say, universities, it is just a faculty but actually it's the university that's applying, and you probably within a university you would have like a finance department which gives you financial capacity and stuff. So it's important for whether it's an SME or whatever, even a large business, is about looking at the capacity within the whole organization. Because say you could miss out on things like, we have a really good comms team in this organization who could be paid for doing part of their work as part of our work. We have a great finance team. We have great researchers. So look at the whole thing. Mm. If it's what, sorry?
If they screen applications for copy, for example, this communication and so on, it's very similar in many projects. So if I copy the text from another application, will
people do repeat stuff. They do have stuff going from applications, so it's difficult to not do stuff like that. So, but evaluators will only score a number of. I suppose if you're applying to the same call year after year, and you put in the same application, if you put the same application in, they will look at the evaluation summary report from the previous year, and they will see whether you've changed things according to what their feedback was. But two, they will also look at. I suppose they'll look at the text of things, but I mean, generally, I think you should always customize stuff as much as you can, but I think you use stuff as a starting point. Nothing will ever look the same if you take it and then, because your conditions will be different, the whole sort of initial call that you're applying to will have different things in it, so you'll have to do different things. So yeah, you're bound to change stuff, and I don't think anybody's going to ever go, this one is 85% the same as that one, sort of thing. It's only I've often submitted 2 applications under the same call for 2 different organizations, and every one of them has been very different, because personally, I wouldn't want to, my own credibility is quite important, but 2, they're always, even if they are the same call, they're different. You're applying for different things. So, it could be that the topic's different, but yeah, I think it's important that but recycling is really important. It's a green thing to recycle. So, I think there's, yep. Yeah.
You apply for a separate one.
Yeah.
And the second question, in terms of
make any number of calls to applications. So you, just because you've applied, it's I suppose it's different to maybe like the world of NGOs who get money from foundations and things, who can only make one application or whatever. But with European funding and with Digital Europe funding, you can make applications again and again. The process in terms of what happens after you're successful is that you, as I say, everything goes through this one platform, the CEDIA platform, and the initial thing is getting the model grant agreement, and you get that backwards and forwards until you're happy that it's signed. And there's a requirement in all of this where that Europe has to reply within 45 days. The reality is they apply within about 5 days. But the model grant agreement lays out the reporting process, and the reporting process is depending on the funding model, whether, as I said, it's a simple grant or whether it's a CSA, which is 100% funded, or whether it's a lump sum grant. They will report as to the periodic reporting that's required. The periodic reporting is generally 6 monthly, and it forms part of two things. One is a project report, which is a descriptive thing in terms of where you are, how you got there, and all that sort of stuff. And the other is the financial reporting. If it's a lump sum grant, you claim payments on milestones as you go through. In all cases, there's always a pre-investment, so they give you money in advance, which can be up to sort of 65% even, that they will give you in advance in terms of funding. So you get the money, you don't go to that Barbados beach and buy drugs and stuff, but you do use it, and you, if you are the coordinator, you have a consortium agreement with your partners who are involved, and you have to pay the money out. As soon as you receive it, you have to pay money out to people. You can't hold it for months and months. But there is everything. It's a really simple system, actually, in terms of you have ongoing reporting, which means you can actually go in at any point. And so if you sort of said within the first 6 months we're going to do this or achieve that, but if actually you do it after 3 months, you can go on in the periodic reporting and show that you've achieved that. But you'll have periodic reporting as well, which is like the milestones are in effect like 6 months, 12 months and everything. So, but it's all laid out in the model grant agreement, and it's all online, and there's a whole process, and I've got a workshop on it if you want to. But it is all laid out in terms of how you do it. Yeah.
If you're saying the money has to be paid out either immediately or relatively quickly, how does it work with paying out salaries to people continuously working on the solution?
So the usual method of the traditional method of funding was you got an upfront amount, which that went out to the partners, and the partners used that for paying for their salaries and everything else. If you once you'd spent a certain percentage of the first tranche, you could apply for the second tranche, and so you would always be in advance up to 80% of funding, and then at 80%, in effect, you're bankrolling that until you finish the program, and then you can claim that last part. With changes and things like the lump sum money, it's you know, a lot of it is money in advance, a chunk in advance, and then it's payment, I say, on milestones as you go through. But there is no, other than the last 20% of funding, the EU never wants people to be out of pocket, and you know, you spend money. But it's why, in a way, it's why organisations like universities can afford to do this, because they can afford to bankroll projects. The bit is always at the end. That last 20% is always the difficult bit in terms of waiting. Okay.
Another question. So do we get access to like the complete
Sorry?
Let's say I want to check what application looked like the last year that won. Do we have access to that?
We can give you access, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so we can get like an example application that's
Yeah. Any other question? No, keep going, keep going.
So most of the tips and advice was given from the perspective of lead applicant. Is there anything specific to be aware of if, as we concluded that one can also approach the whole thing as a partner or an expert? What's like the best approach to find a lead applicant that I would believe is competent enough to win the whole project and pitch my abilities to them, rather?
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, there seems to be a sort of idea that lead applicants are autocratic and they lead applications and they often come up with ideas and they often are the ones, but it should be a consortium. It should be a band of people working together to deliver stuff. And it really is important that I think there are people who would happily take an application given to them and said, we want you to be a partner in this, just read it and sign, or just don't even read it, just sign, gives you a PIC number, let's get you in there. But I think it's important that people do look at all the different things that are needed and what they'll get out of it, not just financially, but what the benefits of being involved in it. And I think that the whole thing about, because I think quite often people will come up with ideas and have a really good project, but know that their chance of success are diminished because they have no track record. So therefore they need a lead applicant that will deliver. Well, you know, it's almost like we're bringing this to you. We hope you like it. We hope you don't want to change it too much. But it's a relationship there when you do that in terms of how you work with lead applicants. I mean, generally as a rule, you know, if you look at Horizons particularly, you know, UK was the lead in Horizon, followed by Germany. UK threw its toys out the pram and left Europe in a huff, and Germany is the lead winner in European sort of funding. Also Digital Europe, and UK's back and has the opportunity to do things like in Horizon, but UK's not in Digital Europe, so there's not possibilities there. I think if you had a German lead applicant, you would probably benefit. They can't, you know, they have the gravitas and the track record in delivery. But the whole thing is trust. You know, do you trust somebody? If you go and say, you know, we spent the last 12 months preparing this. You know, we want to be with you and work with you to apply for this. There's not an easy answer in terms of, other than it's your networks, it's working the networks. You know, who do you know, and using the tools then. But ideally, to trust somebody, you know, all partners need to trust each other, but trusting a lead applicant is really vital. And
as we know, the financing rates are from 50%, 75%, or 100% according to this program. What is the European Commission opinion of using RRF funds for covering our own contribution to the project? Is it allowed to use it?
yeah,
Or no?
yes, it is. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, any structural funds or RRF is definitely. They particularly name things like ERDF is an area where you can map money in from.
For example, is it allowed to commercialize the product that we created in the project?
It can be. I mean, it depends on the project. So I know with like the cybersecurity one, that anybody who got involved in that is looking at a long-term cybersecurity delivery. So they're looking at commercializing beyond, but that's, you know, it's a 50% grant, so they're taking a hit in terms of developing it. Exploitation is not a dirty word in Europe.
But this could be commercialized after the project?
Yes,
finish,
yes,
or
yes.
In the middle of the project?
No, afterwards, yeah.
Okay, I have an example. Just last week I talked with a project, Digital for Business, a platform for digital skills that we have to get more digital ICT experts in the market. And this project was based on that they create the university without the walls. They create a lot of trainings online, and the funding rate is 50%, and other 50% they get from the payment of trainings, and it's during the project. Is it allowed?
Well, is it, I mean, is that separate training?
Well, I don't know it's separate.
It would need to be,
Project, you know?
I mean,
We have the target
yeah.
to get, for example, 2,000.
Any commercial organization can put the money in kind, and that could come from commercial activities that they're delivering.
So it's
That's not a,
activity
yeah,
to cover the contribution.
yeah.
Wow, okay.
Any more questions? Oh,
Does that imply that you are allowed to make profit to make your own 50% that you're supposed to contribute?
you can contribute, yeah, I mean, anybody can contribute from whatever source.
Because you mentioned before that the company is not supposed to make profit off of that grant,
Yeah,
but if the profit is used to finance the rest 50% of,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Totally. Any other question? Otherwise, it's coffee time. So in the slides you were sent, you've got my contact details. As Arana described, this involves a follow-up session, so we can have a one-to-one, which will be online rather than you coming to Scotland or me coming here. It would be great if we could fund everybody to come to Scotland for a session, but yeah, so the follow-up stuff, and again, you know, if there's any ideas you have, anything you're looking at, if you want any advice or any, please, you have my details, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.